And we are live.
Social media. So, hi.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi,
Welcome
everybody.
back.
Welcome back to Chimera Collective, Blood on the Zephyr, episode 2 of our 3-part one-shot. And I'm hearing my echo. Hang on, I gotta mute my stream here.
Ooh.
There we go. Nailing it already.
Yeah.
Doing great.
You're a full-fledged GM. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you for
At
that
least I'm not
resub,
muted.
Now official.
Yet. Okay, so we left off with our agents on a mission it's a little different for the collective. They usually stay out of politics, but this time they're kind of dipping their toes into it, since Agent Sphinx, who is a seer, indicated that they would be needed on this mission when the collective was about to turn it down. So they've been asked to basically ensure the safe arrival of an ambassador of a place called Eastern Darvasta, to a location of the island of Che for a peace treaty with Western Darvasta, who they've been having a sort of bloody civil war with for the past 6 years. So this is a chance to end the war between themselves and their allied groups. And so the ambassador's original plans were derailed after a suspicion of a plot against her was discovered by those close to her. And the collective has been reached out to by the ambassador herself. And so because of what Ancient Sphinx said and because of their relationship with the ambassador, they agreed to it and sent an agent team out, which is our team here. Now, for some, it's their very first mission. And so they're feeling that pressure to deliver, to prove themselves after the long year of training. Maybe not all of them, I guess, but...
Have you met my character?
But if they fail, they have to leave the collective, so there is a little bit of pressure on this. So then others, we've got 3 more veterans who've already accomplished their very first mission and have earned their agent code names. And so they've all arrived to their location of the mission, which is interestingly in the air instead of last one-shot series, which was in the ocean. And so they're on the Zephyr, which is a giant class Zeppelin, similar to like basically a flying Titanic. Gigantic ship in the sky. And they are flying to location. They have been investigating. They know that they suspect there's another plot against the ambassador, and so they're very suspicious of those on board, and they've been gathering intel as to some clues that they might believe could lead to a potential threats on board the ship. They have also located a piece of evidence, a piece of paper that has been burnt up and charred, and has some sort of like strange runic writing that's in some sort of coded message that does seem to require a sort of cipher to read, as it doesn't appear to be written in any known language. So they have that bit of clue. There's also been some strange goo that's been appearing here and there that has been sticking to people. And we'll see what else they kind of stir up. There is, I guess, another thing to note is that they are about to attend a show in the main recreation hall, where there will be a show, there will be dancing, there will be gambling and general carousing along with dinner. And so a lot of the VIPs will be there. Pretty much everyone on the ship is been invited to attendance, including a lot of the higher level crew. So they have to get dressed up, including the guards, and to make nice appearances and attend this event, where hopefully they can gather some more good intel and kind of try to piece together what's going on the ship. They do have an agent from the collective available to them, which I am blanking on their name at the moment.
Agent Phalenx?
Agent Phalenx, thank you. Who's a pale elf. And so she is acting as a bodyguard. She's a transmutation expert, and she's been acting as a personal bodyguard to the ambassador, leaving our agents free to move about the ship and kind of look into things. So I think that's a good enough update, unless I know I'm leaving out a lot, but you know what, we're just gonna assume people have seen the first episode.
Watch it on YouTube if you missed it. There.
Yeah, watch it
There
on
we go.
YouTube if you missed it. Hopefully that helps, though, if anyone's just joining us
for
now.
all of our deeds.
Yeah.
So I think the last few things that happened, you guys had gathered together to kind of share information. So we've basically said that I don't think anyone said they were purposefully leaving anything out, correct? Everything's open. Okay. So while you guys were kind of delivering, that information and kind of collecting, regrouping with each other, Charlie, you hear a voice in your head, and it sounds like Agent Phalenx. And she says, "Charles, darling, update." So what do you tell her? Is there anything you would leave out of a report to her? If you would tell her everything that you guys have discussed, let me know. You can have a moment to talk to your group before you respond to her, but she is casting a spell to speak to you. But you have a moment before you respond. It'll take kind of a purposeful thought to respond, but you are able to. But does that make sense? Like, you have to purposefully think it to respond, but you can have a moment to talk to everybody. Just let me know if there's anything you guys want to leave out of the report to her.
I don't think there's anything he'd want to leave out, but he would just kind of give everybody the look like, do we tell her about the ink?
I don't see why not.
The black splotchy stuff that
I feel like that's
disappeared.
important.
Yeah.
You need to keep an eye out for it.
Then I am not hiding anything. We'll be sharing full disclosure on what we've gathered from our last session, going with Elowen and Wisteria's findings, going with the doctor's basically reacquisition of some of his acumen, and then the report of the incident in the cargo bay, along with all of the generalized talk we got from the gamble hall.
Okay. Then she'll respond, good work. Sounds like you've got a few people to look into. Getting invitation to that party Dimitri's throwing might be a good idea, or just to get eyes on who might not be in their cabins. If you have any suspects that might have that cipher you're looking for. The cabins will probably be empty if a lot of them are at the party. Something to think about. If you do find it, feel free to bring it to me. I might be able to help. I'll be with the ambassador during dinner, and then she will retire early to her quarters.
Very well. We do have one physical item that we would like to pass along to you, and then further along we'll find the cipher for safekeeping.
All right, you can hand it to me at the dinner, and it will be on my person. You'll be able to find me and the ambassador in her quarters at any time after the dinner.
Very well. Thank you.
Good work.
And he will look to the group. Agent Phalenx is informed and ready for the party. They're going to be cutting out early. We are still to attend, gather more information. Who do we send to the party if it's still going on?
Kieran will sidestep over to Wisteria and just interlock her arm around hers and just go, we're going to the party.
I will work on an invite for us. I have an in with Dimitri. I'm pretty sure I can get an in for someone else.
I actually have an idea on how to do that too, if he needs a little coaxing, kind of dealing with his weaknesses per se. Make him gamble.
I definitely can prod towards doing that gamble too.
If we can, I
Is it too
could...
much to stroke an ego and make him want to show off?
Exactly, so why don't you, sugarcoat it and lay on him, be like his good luck charm, as I do a betting game with him, and I will cyclically link with you, and you can tell me in your mind what his cards are, so I could win an invitation for you.
Sounds good.
How about this? And he'll pull out the bag of 250 gold. That's a good start.
Who are you handing it to?
I'm giving that to Elwyn.
Okay.
Oh, if the
Just
general
clarify.
knew where his money was going.
Exactly. So, make good use of it. It came from someone who hates Dimitri, just to be warned.
Oh.
And
Well, now I'm going
he
on a
will-
shopping spree, thanks.
Crystal,
Yes.
you're going to be on security detail in the hall, yes?
Yeah, kinda. My actual watch doesn't start till after the ball, which may be just perfect.
Very well. That'd be a good out for you, and unfortunately, I don't hide very well. So I'm going to be making myself available to the citizens in there.
I'm kind of thinking that, if we needed some rooms looked at for that cipher, that, if I was going around and I accidentally on purpose ended up in somebody's room looking for something, that it might be easier for me to explain what I was doing there. I could say I was security, I'd heard something suspicious, all kinds of things to get my way where I need to be.
I'd say it's not unusual that for me to excuse myself from a party to go look into other things without being known. Though I don't know how well that will work, but since I'm going to be drawing Dimitri's attention to me this time.
And to be honest, you're kind of portraying a princess. It'd be a little hard for you to be under the
I'm not.
radar.
That's Karen, that's the princess. I'm just
Oh,
a noble
that's true.
stand-in.
Well, nobility still.
Yes, but airheads do what airheads do.
That's true.
I,
doing weirdly
I
well.
believe I could
Well
be of
practiced.
assistance in searching rooms.
Oh, that's a good idea. I say
Very
you
well.
go for it.
Also, in the meantime, DM, I assume I would have empty vials on me, being what I am.
Yeah, 100%. But real quick, Elwyn, you having walked around the ship and gotten a lay of the land, and Crystal probably would have picked up on this after kind of wandering around a bit too, and you would have seen diagrams and blueprints of the ship on the guard level. But there's like 24 cabin rooms. It's a lot. And then there's the VIP rooms, and then there's the crew rooms as well. So just keep in mind there's a lot of rooms. Any way you can kind of narrow that down might be helpful.
Would there be a way to know whose room is whose?
I don't know, maybe. Where do you think you might look to find that information?
I'm
Actually,
thinking I need to talk to Bosun Riggs about that.
Actually, I think I might be able to help out as well. I'm going to be around the other people in that room. If I find someone being a little more suspicious, who's to say that the room keys won't be able to come in handy?
This is true.
If I can manage to pickpocket someone's keys. I'm a little out of practice, but I'll give it a shot.
Karen, do you want to speak with the other noble ladies around, the ones that like to gossip a bit more about the, well, I'm entertaining Dimitri, because their tongues might loosen a little bit about jealousy.
Oh,
They might
yeah.
be willing to part with more demeaning stuff about him.
Oh, yeah. I totally didn't go to that one girl he was talking to because, that'd be rude, but the maids, they dished a lot of dirt. They're awesome.
Now might be a good time to talk to her too if I have his attention. You can always
Yeah.
approach under the guise of worried that her man is with someone else, misunderstanding their relationship and everything.
Yeah, I want to know more about this Raytail woman. Why she's so attached to him, unless she's just the latest fling for him. Or something
did
more.
seem- to
Especially
have
if his attention's being pulled away from her, then she might be willing to, out of spite, let something slip.
Dr. E, I have a quick question for you. When you were looking through all those medical records, did it happen to attach the passengers to their rooms on that list? You would remember that, yes?
Did it?
No. I'm gonna make you guys work for that.
Fortunately, no.
Good thought, though.
Yeah, so unfortunately, no. But here, I do have some empty vials with corks, for each of you. Should any of you come across this strange substance again, do try to collect a sample and make sure to cork it up.
Very well.
That was
Yeah.
another thing I was going to mention. If anyone sees any of that goo, to signal at least one of us, preferably the doctor, and see what he can do to identify it before it disappears again.
Should we, if things start getting out of hand at the party, should we have some sort of signal for security to come and break it up?
Yell security.
That might be a little bit too obvious if we want Crystal to come in and do something about it.
Oh.
I
Or wait to
suppose.
alert the others that we need their attention.
I suppose it sort of depends on the situation to make it not so obvious, but enough for us. Like, for example, I could pretend like I'm having a vision and kind of do it over the top and excuse myself to go talk to the ambassador. Just to make it a little louder so people can kind of get the attention, including yours. So you know that that's my signal.
That's a good signal.
Who
I
has
think-
the note on them? The coded note? Who has that right now?
I had it
Right.
last.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you had
thought
it
that
last.
the doctor
Okay.
had it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so, good doctor. Would you mind if I get that unciphered code? I'm going to be passing that along to Phalenx here soon.
Here you go.
And he'll fold it up and just pocket that into his sleeve so that when he's ready, he can do a handshake, pass it off.
Sounds good.
I think for me, I'll hate to say this, but I will fake a faint. So maybe someone can sweep me off to the doctor. That gets two of us out of there.
Oh, that'll work. Especially since you're a noble, usually the higher ups are squeamish.
A little bit.
At least from what I've witnessed.
Just poor constitution a little bit.
That's true.
And what about you, Kieran? How do we get you out if we need to?
I'm like a princess. All I have to do is just, tell them to like screw off. That's like what princesses do, right?
Well, yes, but if we need to come to you if there's something wrong, what would you
She'll
do
just-
to kind of more signal us instead of just saying "fuck off"?
I mean, she guess she could cause a scene as a princess, throw a royal tantrum.
Like I don't know, I'll open up my fan and I'll just I don't know, wave it real fast, like I've seen those fancy girls do.
I suppose we can try to keep an eye out for you because fans aren't exactly loud.
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, it's my first
Just-
time being a princess.
Princesses are prone to tantrums. Just throw a tantrum and get real mad about something insignificant, and just be belligerent about it.
Just say "OMG" really loud.
I can do that.
But it's a princess thing, so you have to specifically say "OMG."
Okay.
And we broke weirds.
That's what the millennials do, right? Or that Generation Z. Just OMG really loud. All the snooty ones.
Oh
You
boy.
could always just say, "I want to speak to your manager."
She's a
No,
princess,
that's-
not a Karen.
There's a difference.
No.
Yes.
No.
The other, hey,
There
we
are no
we
Karens
can
in my world.
we can work on that though. Kieran,
Yeah, now.
maybe you could just say, get upset and say, I demand to see security.
There you go.
That's also a tantrum, so yeah. That could work.
That would work. You have lots of options.
Lots of options. Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, being a princess, you could even ask for me specific, like, if you wanted.
I guess, like, isn't that gonna, like, blow your cover and stuff?
Especially since you're brand new to the crew.
You're a little bit.
Well, yeah,
You're a little more of a
perhaps.
greenhorn. Yeah.
It'd be a little weird for the princess to know you directly. Not unless you served her before.
True enough, yeah.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but it's going to take me a while to get ready, so I will have to retire to my chambers soon.
Ears and eyes open for suspicious activity. That way we can hopefully narrow down the number of rooms that we have to search later.
Will do.
So, as you guys get ready, I believe I have you in two room, more or less. Trying to remember, or if I had your own rooms. We go over
Never
this.
specified.
Yeah, we had a common area close together
That
so that
was
we could
that
have
was
this.
their
That was at the
collective
Chimera
headquarters.
Yeah.
No, well, you said our rooms were next to each other at least because that
Yeah,
was
they're
how it was
near.
designed.
Yeah, they're next to each
You
other.
can all just come into my room and it's like I'm doing a psychic reading for you all.
Yeah.
They're really small. These are like very tiny rooms. They're little ship rooms for people that aren't VIPs.
You know, some of you stand on
necessarily.
the bed, sit on the bed. There's a counter over there someone could sit on.
Even
Oh,
the
terribly
princess
sorry
got a
about your
normal
bed.
room. Yes. Chimera Collective
Wow.
wasn't able to get a hold of the better rooms.
I
But,
mean, in her
I'm a
defense,
little disappointed in them.
she is
Yeah.
a princess from a tiny island country.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's say you guys can have each of your own rooms. They're just pretty small.
So
Unless
that
you would
knocks-
like. So okay, hold on. Would you like your own room? We'll say that you guys had a choice. You could have your own room or a slightly bigger room that has two.
I will say, if we have our own rooms, that knocks down 7 of the 24.
I will also say that
That's
a lot
true.
of our covers don't go well with each other's, so it'd be a little
That's
weird
true.
if we shared
Yeah,
rooms.
as much
Yeah.
as Elwyn think it would be fun to have a trip with Wisteria in the same room, that kind of
Oh,
doesn't
hell
really
yeah.
go with their cover. So
Yeah. So Crystal would be
Yeah.
bunking with the guards. She has a bed there, and it's sort of like a shared bunk area.
Mhm.
And Dr. E's got his own bunk in the medical bay. The princess would probably have her own room.
Yep. There's no
Um,
way to work a room between me and Elowin. That makes sense. for
And I
the
think the
covers.
others have their own. You guys have your own kind of covers too, right?
yeah, because I'm supposed to be associated with the ambassador as far as being like her advisor, soothsayer kind of person. So
Yeah.
Dang it, I want to share a room with Elowin.
I
This doesn't make any sense.
And then I'm trying to. I don't think I wrote down your covers somewhere, and then I lost that little sticky paper.
That's why
So-
I made a note.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
I am the personal. She's labeling herself as the personal clairvoyant oracle to the ambassador.
That's right. You were like
Not everyone
their,
was
their
associated
personal
with the.
psychic.
Yeah, not everyone was associated with the ambassador.
And I remember princess.
That was just
And I remember like an heiress. I think
Yeah.
was Kieran was like an heiress.
Kieran was the princess, I was the heiress.
Oh, you were the heiress, and
Mhm.
Kieran was the princess.
the doctor was
Okay.
the obvious doctor.
That's right. Okay.
Crystal was a guard.
I don't remember what Weirds was. Oh my god. Why am I not remembering what Weirds is?
I
That's
think
actually the one I have lost too.
My name is Charlie Day. I play chess.
Did you
I
not
think
have a
you
cover?
were you were just like weren't you like a wealthy passenger or something? Like
Yeah,
a
I'm just a
guest?
wealthy passenger. That's
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy.
I will have
Yeah,
to
nothing.
look back to episode 1 to see. That's
Yeah,
about right.
He plays that guy.
Yeah.
Play that guy.
That guy. Yeah.
Well, if it's like a Sky Titanic, it makes sense. There are a lot of rich people.
Oh, there is this whole ship is pretty much rich people. Even the people in the smaller cabins have some wealth.
I still say
made
that's
myself-
foreboding.
I made myself a red shirt. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, the
Wah, wah.
crew are the red shirts.
Yeah, the crew's
Crystal's the red shirt.
Yeah, the crew is definitely
Crystal and the
red shirts.
doctor.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so is there anything that, as you guys get dressed up and ready, is there anything you leave behind in the cabins?
I mean, Kieran's gotta leave behind most of her gear. I mean, she can't walk around with a mace and a shield.
Okay, so you leave your weapons. Yeah.
I will take my daggers because I can strap them inside my dress.
Okay.
I was gonna do the same thing. I was gonna have a thigh strap for my dagger.
Okay.
Just my dagger.
And anything of her armor she can fit under the dress she would wear. But if it's going to be too obvious when she's interacting with people, she will drop it.
Well, Kieran will basically wear her prayer book like it's a purse.
There you go.
That's cute. Yeah. I'm picturing it with like little like bedazzled
Yes.
strap to it.
Just to clarify, the sword cane, when
Oh,
it's
you're fine.
sheathed, is a club kind of thing when it's sheathed.
Yeah, when it's sheathed, you can use it as like it's got like a bit of a headpiece to it, and you can say what I didn't specify what exactly it looked like. I said it was ornate because I wanted to leave it to you if you wanted to have it be in any kind of particular shape. You're welcome to describe that. But essentially it's a sword cane, and when it's closed, you can use it to kind of whack people. I didn't create use the
I have
club stats. Use the club stats for that.
Okay. Nice.
If it's being used in that way, use the stats for a club. And then it's still, if you hit the button on it, it can do that electrify thing, whether it's sheathed or unsheathed.
Right.
It's just if you stab with it, you get to stab and electrocute. If you whack it, you get to whack and electrocute, or you can just tase. So it's your choice. Got some options.
Okay. And it's considered like a short sword when it's unsheathed. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Whatever
Then
sword you had originally in your inventory, it's basically that, only modified.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then I believe, other than the dragon chest set, which he'll just have in his suitcase.
That's fair.
He will.
Are you bringing your suitcase with you? You did see earlier that there are chess sets already out in the recreation hall.
He's gonna leave his special one, the one that can actually magically move stuff, in his room.
Okay.
But where will he keep all of his money?
In his pockets, of course.
Not
Separate
a gentleman.
pockets.
Yeah, you keep it in your sock.
Perhaps he could keep it in his trunk.
Ah,
I need
Not
to
just like
breathe.
reject.
I was waiting for
Through
a
your
Trump
mouth.
joke this whole time.
That's
You
pretty
know-
great. I wish
you know
I
the
had
feel
that
like-
sound
horns
cue.
going out.
I feel like he could just shoot it out of his nose like a projectile weapon at that point.
Just have a cork on the end of it going, well, I don't know what's going on. Boom. But, yeah.
So, anything else major that you guys would leave behind so that it's not like some big obvious thing you're bringing?
I don't see any reason why I wouldn't have all my weapons with me. And my armor would go under my dress uniform just like it goes under my regular clothes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm being a spellcaster. I don't really carry anything with me. My necklace is my spell focus, so that just blends in. And then my special dagger, I would just have underneath my dress.
I'd be keeping the amulet on. That would be under my dress as well. Obviously, I can't bring the bows and the rapiers and everything like that because it's too obvious. But the daggers will come with thigh sheaths, other thing.
And Crystal, your big gun,
Well, I'll bring my thieves'
Widow, would it folds up until like almost like a little box, so that you could either have like wear on your back like a backpack, or you could have it like on your side, and basically you would take an action to like unfold it to shoot, or if you have time before combat, you can get that set up. But it looks inconspicuous because it's a specialty design, so it's made to just look like a small box, because they probably would have concerns over a high-powered, or not high-powered, but over a long gun on the ship, because guns on the Zeppelin are very bad. And your pistol you could probably hide pretty easily, but yeah, you wouldn't have it kind of out in the open. They would allow you a sword or a club or something out in the open because you're a guard. But the guns, like, they don't usually allow guns on the ship.
Okay. So I would have my rapier then
Okay.
as my weapon, but I would have the gun somehow. I would have arranged with Ellery
Mhm.
to have some kind of sort of little harnessy thing for the gun, so that it could look like it was part of my uniform.
Yeah, that works. Because I wanted something that you could wear, could have on you, but won't be so obvious.
It also kind of works too, considering how that scope is detachable too. If you ever needed that.
And you guys are welcome to, I didn't think about it for the bow and stuff, but you're welcome to talk to Ellery in the future about getting some more compact designs like Crystal's gun is.
Good to know. I will probably do that for my rapier.
The mace would probably be not possible, but or the flail and the mace.
Let's fold
for
up
that
the
matter.
mace.
It's a little hard.
Now it just looks like a spiky ball.
The most he could do is probably make it, a ball.
I was gonna say, just make it look like a cane with the ball at the end, and it's got like a permanent
spikes.
reduce, and then you click a button and it does enlarge, and it's big spiky.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. All right, so now that I know that, sorry.
Dr. E is going to get a very typical leather handbag, like a medicine bag. It's going to contain a healer's kit, 2 healing salves that he took from the medical bay, and he's going to put his revolver in the bottom of it, and he's going to put the tool in the bottom of it. But before he does, the tool he's going to program with the sapping sting cantrip.
Okay.
So that's available to him for the next 8 hours.
Awesome.
Let's see here. Other than that, probably just a notebook and some writing utensils and any other medical supplies, just general.
Cool. So you guys, are you all going to arrive together? What do you want? What's your plan?
I think Charles will actually go ahead and head out first. He is, by all intents and purposes, just there to see who's who, and he wants to get an early start on trying to talk to people and trying to go around and just find the suspicious ones if he can.
Okay.
That way he can relay to all the others as they arrive.
As you step out and over towards the hall, you hear the sound of someone running towards you.
Oh. Take a look at who it is.
You look and you see that there's a young girl running towards you, and she's not paying any attention.
Just kind of step out of their way. Like, careful, little one.
She gets startled, trips, and falls right into you.
Oh, easy
She's a
there.
pickpocket.
And he's going to like straighten her up. Just, are you all right?
She goes, "Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hello. Who are you?
Rose. Who are you?
Charlie.
Oh, cool. You want to shake hands?
We'll reach with the non-pocketed hand
Okay.
and we'll do keep in mind that you need to watch where you're going, not where you come from.
All right. Hi.
And we'll double check his pockets.
What are you looking for?
My unciphered code. Make sure it's still there.
Nope.
Another girl. that's going to be an issue. And we'll immediately go to talk with Agent Phalenx if possible.
You make your way into the room. As you enter, you want to... So let me change the music. Blue. Let's see, do I want this one?
You make me want to do the jitterbug.
Trying to think if I like it or not. I need to turn it up. Nope. Let me do the full sounds though. This one. It should be like sounds of people and drinks and all kinds of things, hopefully.
Yes.
Cool.
They're faint in the background, but you can hear them.
Cool. That works. Okay.
Someone's getting their drink shaken,
Their
not stirred.
Right?
Shaking up there.
Shaken, not stirred.
All right. If anything, any particular sound sounds like it's a little too loud or anything or weird, just let me know. Same thing in chat. If music sounds louder than people or something's up, people aren't loud enough, people are too loud, anything's up with sound, we don't know. So please let us know. We need to know that stuff. So as you walk in, are you pretty much wearing what you usually wear? Just maybe a little fancier, like buttons and stuff?
Instead of the normal gold and browns, it's actually the black and white tie and bow tie and black top hat, gray pants, and the cane actually does have a lion's head at the top. The
Nice.
nose is the button.
Nice.
And he will knock on the door.
You don't need to knock.
They're already there.
As you approach the doors, two of the crewmen who are dressed in fancier serving attire open the doors and welcome you in. And the sound of the music and the chatter and just the kind of roar of the crowd kind of hits you. And you look up into the ceiling, and the enchanted ceiling shows a night sky, but the stars are made to look much brighter than they would be in like reality. So it looks like they're twinkling and shining like lights would be on a chandelier, but it's made to look like the night sky, only enhanced, essentially.
Okay. And he'll kind of gander at it and just start making his way, not directly towards the main party, if it were in there, but will make his rounds towards Agent Phalenx, and I apologize.
And she is right next to the ambassador, who is she's sitting at there's a round table, and it's the ambassador, Dimitri, and several of their kind of entourage, and she's on the other side. So just want you to be fully aware of who you're around right now.
Right.
As they're sitting down to dine.
And they're dining right now?
They're getting ready to. Right now there's like, people are basically getting drinks. It's kind of like the pre-drink, before dinner type of thing. People are kind of mulling about getting their seats, but it's right before kind of a formal dinner is served and a show. And then there will be more of the general carousing happening.
Right. So instead of that, I think he'll actually wait until food is done.
Okay.
That way he doesn't just seem like some random passerby or like doing something in a whisper and then leaving. That's kind of a weird thing to do.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's why I wanted to paint the scene fully for you there.
Okay.
So yeah, as you approach, looking around, you see her, but then you assess the situation and kind of hold back. And the two of you do make eye contact, and so she's aware of your presence, but she makes no motion that she knows you.
And he will do the same and make his way over to, I guess he would actually have his own assigned seat, possibly.
Yep.
So he will make his way there and just sit down with whoever's there.
Okay. And you Besides you, you see there are the reporter, Dexter Quinn, is seated next to you. And the Secretary of Defense, Novik, is seated at your table as well.
Perfect.
That are fairly notable. Try to see if there would be anyone else. There's a few others, but those are the two kind of notable ones that you see.
Yeah. And he'll just introduce himself, and just basically just play it cool until dinner's over. He doesn't want to start any trouble at the moment.
Okay. All right, and who would walk in next?
Probably me.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I'm ready in time and kind of be there next to the ambassador and just kind of hang out for at least the beginning part of the party. So of course she's in a dress, and still looking kind of proper for the psychic vibe that she's going for. She does, and I totally forgot to mention this earlier, she does bring a purse with her that has the 200 gold in it to use for later, as well as some special dice made out of gemstones, just to kind of that she rolls for the for her
Gambling?
Not gambling. She probably would use them for gambling, but for like if her soothsaying stuff, whatever, if people want a psychic reading, but they do double as gambling dice.
Okay.
Throw them bones.
And so as you walk in, you want to describe what you're wearing?
I just pull up a picture actually real quick. Yeah, so she is wearing dark green lace, and she's got the shoulders that kind of are a bit poofy on the side, and it crawls up a little bit up her neckline, exposing just a little bit of her, not her chest, but like her clavicle and her collarbone a little bit. And it just cinches down her waist and then fans out just a little bit into a dress. She's got the long sleeves with a little bit of it just hanging onto the sides. And then what people don't know underneath is that she actually has some nice heeled boots on, as well as pants. So she could, since she had Ellery specially do this for her, where she could actually take off the bottom part of the dress if she needs to, and the top part kind of turns more into a coat, so she can freely move around if things get a little hairy. But right now it's just in a nice, pretty, very dark green, lacy dress for now.
Okay.
Ah, pretty.
And as you walk in, you do see your table, and you start heading. Well, I don't know where you're gonna head actually when you walk in, but you do take note of the table you're supposed to sit at.
Mm-hmm.
And you do catch Rose kind of lifting your skirt up.
Excuse me, that's not very ladylike to do.
Oh, oops. And she runs off.
I want to do something, but Elwyn wouldn't know to do it, so she's just gonna kind of keep a little eye on her, seeing what the heck she's up to before moving on. Is she doing it to anyone else?
If you keep an eye on her, you see that she seems to be sneaking around and, like, acting a bit strange towards a few individuals, yeah. Like, her hands are pretty fast. It's hard to catch sight of exactly what she's doing. You can give me a perception check if you want to try to see a little more detail.
I do. I really do.
I was working off of everyone's passive before.
Well, my passive is shit, so, and my perception is
She rolled very low on with you.
Well, let's give it a shot.
That's why you caught her.
Yeah. Okay, with no modifier, 16.
Okay. You can see her kind of doing similar things that she did to you. She's kind of lifting a few of the ladies' skirts, and she's kind of purposefully shaking hands with a lot of the gentlemen, trying to look all cute. But you can see her fingers seem to be kind of moving a little bit faster, and and there seems to be a weird flourish at the end of each handshake. She seems to be up to something.
Seeing her little hand tricks, I'm going to just check my purse.
You kind of check your purse. Everything seems to be there.
Hold on. Do I want to do this? Let's see here.
I mean, you would have to count every single coin to make sure she hadn't taken any of it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sit there and do it.
But generally, based on the weight, it doesn't feel like anything significant has been
Okay.
taken out of it.
Who knows? Maybe she took 2 or 3, and that's not really gonna make a difference. You know what? I would like to cast Detect Thoughts on her.
Okay.
I want to see what she's up to. So she. Let me see here.
I'm gonna stop you right now. You go to cast the spell, and it's weird. It just seems to be absorbed into her and then dissipates. Oh yeah. Didn't Dr. E tell you something about her?
He did, but he said about healing too, so she wasn't expecting that. So yeah, that's true. I did briefly forget about that, but I thought it was just basic healing. I didn't realize it was all magic.
Take off a spell slot.
Yep. Curious little thing. She's gonna make note of that and move on to her spot. Obviously she's probably not gonna sit like at the table where the ambassador is, but she's gonna sit next to her. The table next to her.
Okay, so you do have an assigned table.
Oh, okay.
But that assigned table is actually kind of in that vicinity. So
Okay.
that would still work. You're kind of to the right, closer to Phalenx. And then, like, Dimitri's on the opposite side, so you're closer to the ambassador and Phalenx.
Okay.
On their side.
And how big is this room, too, overall?
I can bring you guys over to the map. Right now, if you want to flip over there, you could take a sight of the... I took a picture of the note that you found, basically. So if you want to pull over to the map, we can
yes.
show the audience what that looks like. I made this in real life for my real life Chimera Collective game. So it's like, you know, burnt edges and stuff. And I actually have a cipher for my players to code. We're doing it a little differently since we're live streaming, but are you not able to see anything?
Nope, give me a second. Give me
Is
a
that on my
second.
end?
I see it.
You see it? Okay, good. I'm like, oh my
I don't
god,
know
do I
why
have it
it's
blocked out?
not.
It's there. The last time I looked at this, it was the actual map of the hall.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
some
and I'll go
reason
back
it's
to
not.
that. I just thought I'd show this off real quick.
There
but
we go.
Map doesn't want to work with us today.
For some weird reason, it borked it and made it just a black screen instead of showing the whole thing. So
How dare it?
yeah, so I just had to remake it.
Rude.
Yeah. There we go.
So anyway, that's what that looks like, is our little guy. And let me move you guys over to the recreation hall. So you can see there's a stage. If you were to scroll down, Zoro, you would be able to see the stage. Sorry, it's a big map. My apologies. But there's a bar at the top where you can see.
Okay.
And then there's a stage towards the bottom. There's a harp, a piano. I don't know why Charlie's at the piano right now, but he's just chilling at the piano.
I'll put him back. I'll put him
Playing
back.
a ditty.
This shows only 2 tables, but basically there's a section of the room. I just didn't put it in this map. But picture a bunch of large round tables for the dinner, and they're going to remove those tables for dancing later.
Got it. Okay.
So just picture a section that that's kind of off screen to the right that has a bunch of dining tables in
Okay.
the room. Okay.
All right.
So, but you can use that as a visual. You don't need to move your tokens around this space because again, it's not an accurate space to this moment.
Right.
But I just wanted to have something available just in case anything should break out in the recreation room.
Okay. So with that being said, then as soon as, because I think it has to actually be 30 feet. Let me double check that. So I want to keep an eye out. It is 30 feet. Okay. So I want to keep an eye out for when Wisteria walks in. And she's not going to use her psychic link like right away, because she has a little bit of time on how long that goes for. But she wants to make a note of where she is. That way, if she needs to, she can move into position and then lock on.
I'd say if Wisteria goes to her table, you'd be well within 30 feet of any
Perfect.
of your companions at the dinner tables.
Okay, perfect.
So that will be fine. We'll just play some wiggle room math when it comes to our, again, this game is mostly theater of the mind.
Yes.
So it's fine. And at your table, there is the other press, the scribbler, essentially, is his little name tag says. The Kenku is at your table. The environmentalist Nerman is at your table. The turtle.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's kind of the two notable ones at your table. But you are near the ambassador and Dimitri.
Oh, okay, good to know. And I'm sorry, what was the turtle's name again?
The turtle is Nerman.
Nerman. Okay, good to know. All right.
I think you met him earlier, when you guys were in line.
I technically didn't meet him, but I heard because I was near Wisteria when it happened,
Charles
so I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't formally meet.
Okay, then you might not know his name till you ask him then.
That's fair. I'm just putting it down for my notes.
Yeah, that's fine. You also see that there's several of the crew. You see the captain is sitting at the table with the ambassador as well, and Dimitri. So they are at the captain's table. And again, his daughter's running around. And seems to be some officers around. So there's a goblin that is in officer's uniform. There is a human man that's kind of looking a little, just a very thin looking dude. And so he's kind of meandering about. He's in officer's clothing. And there's also a dirty looking, not dirty, but he's got engine kind of grease smeared that he seems to have forgotten to clean off his face. He's an orc. Broad-shouldered, pretty muscular. Also in kind of an officer's uniform. Seems to look very uncomfortable. Doesn't seem to want to be here. And there's a younger half-orc that's looking around the room. All right, and there's, a bunch of other people too, VIPs, people gossiping, all kinds of stuff going on. So next, who walks in next?
I probably would have tried to get there as early as I could, under the guise of being part of the security.
Okay, so would you have left before Charles?
Maybe about the same time, or maybe even a little earlier.
Okay.
As early as I would have felt that it was permissible for me to be there.
Okay. So you
I might have had some guidance or something from other crew as to when I should be going.
So you got ready a little faster, got into your attire and just went straight there, along with maybe some of the other guard. As you got there, as people were kind of setting up, there was a lot of crew people, waitresses that are also maids, because they kind of double up on the ship in terms of duties. But they're kind of getting things ready, moving things around, and you kind of assisted in kind of getting the tables in position as you were asked to do so. And then some of the officers come in. So you do see when Bosun Riggs comes in, he's in his officer's uniform. He's he makes eye contact with you and does a little wave, and then kind of goes back to talking with this goblin woman that's in an officer's uniform. They seem to be in conversation at the moment. So that goes on. You kind of establish yourself as a guard in the room, and then all the people start filing in and things start kicking up. Drinks start being served. Charles comes in. Elowen comes in. And can you just describe what your attire is as people enter the room and take a look at you?
Okay, I'm going to try dropping a link into chat. think I got it.
Cool.
Okay, so basically I would have kicked my makeup up a notch. I probably still would have my hair pulled back. It's quite long, so I would have braided it a bit, tied it, and then let the rest kind of just flow, but it would be neat. Black cap with goggles, peaked cap, military style. Black, very military looking uniform. All the buttons would be brass. There would be, although you wouldn't see them, there would be tight black pants underneath that uniform, and they would be tucked into the boots. And the boots are just below the knee, cuffed and all the buckles and all the buttons on everything are like an antiqued gold, and the boots are very high-heeled, almost stilettos, and they are also completely trimmed. The heels and the soles are also in that antique gold color.
Nice. She's a hot guard. Bosun Riggs is having a hard time pulling his focus away right now. Very nice. And so where do you want to station yourself in the room?
I think I would be watching to see where the rest of the agents are, and I would try to, and I assume I don't have a table.
You do not.
So
You're expected to kind of wander around and keep order and look pretty.
Okay.
Essentially, you're pretty protection.
So I think if I could move around and didn't have to stay stationary, I would probably be moving around to observe as much as possible. If it seemed that I had to be stationary at some points, especially when they were serving, I would try to pick a point where I could see most of the other agents. I could, tell if somebody was trying to get my attention, one of them was trying to get my attention.
Okay.
As strategically positioned as I could, and hopefully so that as I would move, that they would know where I was approximately, if that's possible.
You're pretty hard to miss in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that sounds good. And I'll go under the assumption that you kind of follow the other guards' leads in terms of their behavior, so that you kind of blend in. So if they seem to kind of retract for dinner, you'll do the same. If they're kind of wandering around, you'll do the same, only you're trying to strategically place yourself with those goals in mind. So we'll keep all that going. And who would walk in, I guess, after? It would be after Elwyn at this point, since we had to kind of retcon that a bit.
Probably Wisteria, so I imagine the princess probably arrives a little later.
Alrighty. And what do you look like? What are you wearing?
So she has kind of a short top hat going on, and a floor-length gown, but it has like the slightly poofy shoulders, so just short sleeve with like a vest over the top. And then like the corset that just goes over your midsection. I don't know what to call it other than that.
The waist cinchers.
The waist cincher, thank you. And then she has a kind of a scrunched skirt on the top of a longer skirt, and the scrunched skirt has buckles that connect it down that can release.
Sweet.
And then underneath, you can't see them while she's walking around, but underneath the long skirt, if she ever did detach it, she has a pair of like, what do you call them? The ankle boots. She has a pair of ankle boots that are black with buckles on them, and everything is lavender in color except for all the accents are black. So like the corset and the vest are black, or the waist cincher and the vest are black, the buckles are black, the choker is black, her hat's black, and then she has these gloves that come just up her arm just a little bit. I will post a picture of chat, not the right colors, but the same.
Gotcha.
I did the same thing. I was like, it's like this, but different.
It's like this in different colors. I will survey the room and trying to note where Dimitri sits, as long as where I'm sitting, and then the party members are sitting.
Okay. And you are, I'm gonna put you, yeah, I really should have thought about these table arrangements before now, but I'm just gonna throw you at the same table as Charlie.
Just do it live.
YOLO.
And
oh God, let's just do it live, our version of YOLO.
Oh no.
And there are a few kind of like more gossipy girls nearby at your table as well. But you are sitting near at the table with Charlie, Dexter, and Novik, and a few kind of women and stuff.
She'll just fall into light banter with the more gossipy women.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out on things, kind of like she did before.
Got it.
And if Dimitri's in there, then she'll go up to him and start chatting with him.
So who are you gonna talk to after? I did miss the last part.
Oh, I said once Dimitri arrives for dinner. If there's
he's there. He's already
already
sitting
there.
with his grandmother at her table.
Yeah, situationally, they're.
That seems rude to interrupt, so I'll just tell.
Yeah, they're at the
gossipy girl.
captain's table.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you will make eye contact with them and give them a little wave.
Give me a persuasion roll to see if you can catch his eye and encourage him to hold it.
Nice. We use these dice.
Quick, someone
Roll
cast guidance.
perception, see if he notices. Yeah,
Guidance.
he would probably notice whether he would get kind of a return thing.
What kind of roll was I doing again? I
Persuasion.
Yeah, I didn't get my dice out till recently too. I was like, oh shit.
Wow, point on the bottom. That's actually pretty good. And my persuasion should be decent. Persuasion. So it's gonna be a total of 19.
Yeah, that's enough. He's not exactly too easy to win over, but that's enough. So you make eye contact, and for some reason he first looks away, and then he comes back and just kind of holds your gaze for a moment. And you see a little smirk kind of appear at the corner of his mouth, and he kind of takes his glass and does that like Leonardo DiCaprio cup tip, you know, like
Yeah. But she'll return, and she'll just be a little flirtatious with it, trying to keep that door open.
So many like dirty, like flirting across the table ideas are coming to my head. They're just bad.
Yes, they are. It is totally what's happening.
Alright, and who's gonna enter next? We have two people who have not entered the room yet.
I can come in.
Okay.
Dr. E is going to be wearing a burgundy suede jacket that goes down to about knee with tails in the back. Lots of embroidery along the lapel and the back as well, with a very nice silk vest, large silver buttons and embroidery. The jacket has cuffs and a large folded down collar, and underneath the vest will be a white button-up shirt. He'll be wearing slacks and some very nice, very well-fitted deerskin gloves, with a cane in his one hand and his surgeon's bag in the other. And he has a very tight grip on that surgeon's bag. And let's see here. I'd like to think polished wingtips, if those are a thing that exist in this.
Of a what? Sorry, I didn't catch
Polished
that last part.
wingtips.
Oh yeah, totally, sure.
And a very nice top hat.
Like it. I
And
like
his
it a lot.
mask.
And his mask.
And his mask.
Just strolling in. And now that there's a lot more people around, like people have kind of been giving you looks here and there, but you haven't really been out too much among the crowds until now. And so people are getting kind of more of a full look at you. And there people are definitely doing double takes and kind of curious glances, and you see people kind of leaning in and looking at you and whispering about you and stuff as you walk into the room, through the room. And I'm going to sit you at the same table as Elwyn,
So that's all well and good.
if you were to go there. Oh wait, no, you're med, so you're
Yeah,
one of
I'm
the
medical.
crew. So you would actually be, there's another table where the officers are sitting,
Mhm.
and you see the medical officer, the gnomish Janice is sitting there, and she and there seems to be a seat available for you at the officers table. Apart from the captain has his own table, but the other first officers and bosun Riggs, they all seem to be kind of sitting there, and that's where your seat is.
So, unless somebody were to guide me there, I'm going to play a little bit of the absent-minded professor.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to find my seat, and I'm going to look around at all the name tags and figure out where everyone's supposed to be sitting.
Okay.
And then eventually, oh yes, duh, I'm part of the crew. You know, blah blah blah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a couple of rolls real quick. Okay. So yeah, that takes you a few moments to do, and you eventually go to your seat after memorizing where everyone's name tags are. And then we have our last.
His hand.
Oh,
His
so go ahead.
hand never unclasped the surgeon's bag.
Got it. I need to do another roll. As you were wandering around, looking at the name tags and stuff, you do catch sight of Rose, who had her hands kind of going up the back tail of your jacket.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
And she pretends to tug on it. Excuse me, mister.
Yes, what do you need?
You have a really cool mask. Can I have one, please?
Oh, I think I could probably whip one up for you. It'll take some time, though.
I would like that very much. I forgot her accent, so I have to bring it back.
It's all good. I would like
Well
to,
done.
I would like to roll an insight.
Okay.
Not very
Hey,
good at them. but
Can
I
you
would
breathe through it? Can you eat through it? Do you have to eat with a straw? Do you want a straw? I know where they're kept. I can go get one. Do you want to come with me?
Okay, inside of 14.
Okay. She seems playful and mischievous.
Oh. I do not require a straw right now, my dear, but I will work on that mask. I believe I know who you are. You're the captain's daughter, right?
Yeah.
I've heard about you. If you find yourself in need of any medical services, please do find me.
I'm fine.
Now,
But if I do, I'll know where to find you.
sounds good. Now, I believe I know the general size and shape of your face, so I can get that mask for you just as soon as possible.
All right, I like you. Do you want me to take your bag for you? It looks heavy.
No.
Are you sure?
It's just in case.
What about your mask? You can't eat with your mask on. You want me to have that for you? I'll hold it. I'll keep it real safe.
I appreciate your eagerness, my dear, but no.
You're no fun. And she'll run off.
He'll have been starting to hand over his cane, which he doesn't really need, but since she wanted to take something, never mind then.
And our last person. How does Karen enter? What is she wearing? Tell us all the things.
She is wearing this like twilight purple gown. It's so it has it's a very like tight bodice at the top with silk see-through lacing on the arms, and it's spaghetti strapped. No costume malfunctions. And her hair is braided along the top, and you don't really notice that how long her hair is, because normally when people see her, she has them like, literally tied up in side ponytails, and spiraled. So you don't really have a clear, you know, inkling of how long her hair is. But it's pretty long. It has to be because she has it braided along the top back, kind of like a garland, and it
pretty.
braids into a knot. And she has like glitter in her hair, so it looks like she's wearing, she has glitter specifically on the braid, so it looks like it's a crown of stars.
I like it.
And the beading on her dress also looks like stars. And if you catch her from the side, anyone who has a decent enough religion check, the pattern from the side, so you'd have to actually look at her from a side stance, you actually see Saloon's holy symbol. Like if you look at her from the front or the back, you can't really tell. You specifically have to look at her from the side to kind of go, oh, okay, I see.
That's pretty cool. That's dope. Okay, somebody
Love
out
it.
there make fan art of all this, please.
Yes.
And the dress looks kind of sort of like that, but it's purple. I couldn't find that dress in purple. It's only in the dark blue.
Such a gorgeous dress.
And what do you do? Where do you go when you come in? You would be seated. Let's see. I'm gonna put you somewhere else, or I'll put you at one of the tables with the others. Yeah, you would be at the table with Wisteria and Charlie.
Not the captain's table.
No, not the captain's table.
So offended.
Just slighted.
Her little tiny country is so unrecognized. So yeah, she'll sit down with Charlie and she'll curtsy and give everyone the pleasantries. And she'll sit down and she'll be like, oh my god, this place is like so big. Why are our rooms so small?
Holy no, right? They are so tiny. Don't you girls think so? Try and loop Kieran into the gossipy girls and try and establish that connection for her.
Oh yeah, she'll totally lean into the gossipy girls.
I do think the rooms are so tiny.
Dexter is sitting next to you, Kieran, and he kind of holds his hand out and says, I'm Dexter Quinn. I believe you are a princess. What was your first name again? Sorry.
It's Karen Dior.
Dior. And what land was it again that you were a princess of?
Let me remember. I think I wrote it in my notes.
It's okay. You could say I say the name. I'm fine with that.
No, I wrote it down. I wrote it down. I was a good NPC.
I don't remember.
It was a good PC. I wrote my thing.
Good job.
And she's like, I don't know if you really know it. I mean, we're like at a little tiny island. It's Loxus. I mean, we mostly do trading and stuff like that. Stuff that's hard to get on the mainland. Mostly like rare fruits, and we have like this weird like underground cavern system where we breed spiders for silk. It's really weird. I don't ask about it. They're creepy.
Roll deception.
Ash is offended by that.
Fuck you. Spiders are creepy.
Not when you're a vampire.
Whatever. Ooh, that is a 21.
He's kind of narrowing his eyes at you, and then he kind of, as he's listening to you talk about it and your land and the trade and stuff, he kind of starts nodding, goes, interesting. I hadn't quite heard of your land before, and I have to say I've never visited it. Sounds lovely. It's a pleasure to meet you, princess.
Thank you. And who are you?
Oh, I'm Investigator Quinn with a cup.
Oh, are you like one of those, what daddy say, paparazzi?
Oh, No. I do a bit higher level of journalism, if you don't mind, with the Corvintus United Press. I leave that to others like my known other fellow press member, and he kind of indicates over to the Kenku. That guy.
That was the Kenku under the bus.
I have a higher level of journalism. I'm going to be reporting exclusively on the peace talks. So.
Oh, you're gonna be there.
Yeah. Yeah, me and as well a few other invited press. Don't ask me how that one got an invitation. He indicates the Kenku again.
Probably has good handwriting at least. Yes.
Maybe he bribed somebody. I heard that's a thing. Daddy says like you have to watch out people that try to give you stuff because they're just trying to bribe you.
I didn't quite hear that, Az. Could you repeat that?
I said maybe he like bribed his way in. You know, Daddy says
Likely.
you have to. Daddy says you have to watch out for people who give you stuff because sometimes it's just a bribe and it's not a gift.
Your daddy is a smart man. Normally I'd say I wouldn't put it past Scribbler, but I honestly don't think he can rub 2 coppers together enough to afford a bribe. But, you know. So, just would like to, meet others at the table here. And he kind of indicates to Charlie, fine gentleman. I don't believe I've made your acquaintance.
My name is Charlie Day. Pleasure to meet you, Dexter.
Pleasure to meet you. Shakes your hand. And what do you do? What's
Oh, I travel here and there. I'm merely along for the ride. This is the first time I've ever been in the air before.
Interesting time for a pleasure cruise, wouldn't you say?
Oh, very interesting and very different.
So what brings you to the island of Chaital, huh? Around this time?
I heard story of someone who might be a bit of a challenge for me at the game of chess. So I figured I might make my way there.
Roll deception.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but that's a D12. Don't do that.
God, I've done that a lot.
Okay.
I almost did that earlier.
Why do I always get a 12? I get nothing higher than a 12.
All right, so deception. I'm actually really good at this. It's gonna be a 21.
He rolled really good too, but
Ooh.
he narrows his eyes a little bit more at you, but then he kind of looks you over, kind of seems to peer into you a little bit more, and then just kind of shrugs it off.
It's like, you should have seen the match I had with General Laval.
That catches his interest a little bit more. You had a match with the general.
I did.
That must have been very enlightening.
He had some unique insights for this trip.
Do you care to share? Off the record.
Off the record? Are you sure?
Off the record.
And he'll share like the niceties of, he is a general. He is, someone of, that kind of military background will have their kind of attitude towards other people. But he will leave out any actual information that pertains to what we're doing. And he understands that there is a need for peace. And he's along for the ride, partly because he wants to be, but also partly because he is told to be. As a
Interesting.
man of duty.
Not quite the read I got on him. I figured him for more of a warmongering man myself.
He does have a little shining hope. That was the rain. That actually surprised me too.
Mm.
But honestly, he also said that he's prepared either way.
Interesting. Maybe he has a bit more of a neutral stance than I initially thought. Look into it. Thank you.
Well, our talk with him seemed to have put him at ease.
Did you win?
I did.
You hear he's pretty cutthroat. You did?
Yes.
Well done.
He was a very tough fight at the beginning, but kind of let his guard down at the end.
I'll definitely stay away from you at the tables.
Oh, don't be so abashed. Chess is the one game I'm actually good at. Everything else is up to chance.
Fair. And he'll turn over to Wisteria.
Like, is your chess set out on the table?
No. This is the dinner.
it.
This is the dinner table.
Yeah, he left it at the room, but there are chess sets at the smaller tables by the bar. So he turns to Wisteria now and kind of takes your hand, like similar to what he did. He did the same thing to the princess. And you, milady.
I am Lady Isolata. I don't remember the last name I gave, so we're just gonna go with that. She gives it. Just random one.
Got it. And what brings a woman of your stature here?
You know, one of my good friends was throwing a party and she was bragging about how she was going to get to ride an airship. I just couldn't let her one up me. So when I found an open spot on the Zephyr, I just hopped on board.
And who is your family again? You said the blah blah blahs?
That's correct.
Interesting. I thought I was. And are you using a known family name? Like you're an obscure heiress? Or is it a family name that you just made up completely?
She probably would have grabbed one from a family she knew back home.
Okay. I can't say I've heard of them. Where do you hail from?
We never actually discussed that, so she'll give the location of where
Yep.
she hailed from.
And it's from that location.
Yep.
He goes, oh. So what's your family known for?
Well, we just do a lot of business. I really don't understand most of it. Daddy says that I'm not the sharpest crayon in the box. I don't know what that means, though.
Deception.
That's another 19.
Let me see how he does. Finally. He kind of looks at you. A little smirk appears on his face. And he goes, I don't know about that. You seem to be a bit sharper than a box of crayons, I would say.
Kieran will chime up, I like crayons.
I bet you do, dear. And he kind of just gives you a nod. And then kind of starts looking towards some of the other people and starts chatting with some of the other ladies at the table. So you guys did a pretty good job with that encounter. Kept your covers. A little suspicious on one of you, but you did a good job. Good rolls. And so does anyone want to have any particular conversations before dinner is served, or because they're going to come in with dinner shortly? I just wanted to have that interaction with those of you at Dexter's table.
Kieran is going to lean over to Wisteria and go, so like, I heard that Dimitri guy is still in the party. Do you know how we get in?
Oh, I've been talking to him. I'm sure I'm trying to score myself an invite.
I was thinking like I would just crash. I mean,
It's always an option.
who says no to a princess at your party? I mean, come on now.
This is true. I mean, that's bragging rights right there.
And then Kieran's gonna look over to the Gossipy girls for approval on the notion of crashing the party because she's a princess.
Oh, they all agree. They all seem to coo and agree. Oh, you totally should. That would just be like, I mean, it's expected of you. Like, how dare he like not send you an invite already?
Do you ladies have an invite yet?
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get one. I just need a little bit more time, but I'm working on it. And another one goes, I do. And another one goes, yeah, I do too.
That's awesome. Now, Dimitri told me to save him a date later. I'm hoping that comes with an invite.
I'm sure it will. He seems I'm sure, I mean, it's not that hard. As long as you seem like you're ready to party. Or you're from a good family.
Always ready to party. Don't know about you girls, but love myself a good party.
Yeah. And one of them takes like a flask out of her bustier. Girl, am I right?
Always. And she'll like just flash a little flask from her own.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I like you. You have to come. You have to come. Is that your friend? Are you her friend? The princess? Or not the princess, you're the... I'm so confused. Wait.
We met outside while we were boarding, but she seems like a nice person.
And she's the princess, and you are like her friend?
We just met, but I totally think we could be friends. Don't you think so?
Oh, by the way, princess, I love your dress. That is just so like, oh my god, who made your dress?
She stands up. She's like, "Isn't it pretty?" And she just like she gets up and she does like a little twirl. She makes it very obvious, so like, you know, she's trying to get Dimitri's attention.
Yeah,
Yeah.
persuasion.
I believe I'm actually proficient in that one. Let's see. Yes, I am. Just have to not roll garbage. Okay. That is going to be a 17.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to you, Elowen.
No.
That's going to be a 17. I don't think I rolled good enough. Let's see.
Don't think she heard you, Az.
Did you? I said I rolled a 17.
Oh, yeah, you definitely catch his eye. Yeah, he looks over at you and kind of looks you up and down. And takes a slow, long drink from his drink, just kind of staring.
And when she's turning around for the girls, she lightly lifts up her skirt so you can see her shoes. And the shoes, like she, oh, I know, right? His ankles, like she literally has like Cinderella shoes, like you know they're like crystal, shoes.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And the girls chitter in excitement over your display. They're like, "Oh my god, you both had to go! Oh my god, we're gonna dance and be so great! Like, you're so beautiful here! La, 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 la. Oh, check out my dress!" And they start spinning and doing all that. And conversation kind of degrades into girlish banter.
Just plain
Meanwhile,
old
Elowen-
girl gibberish.
You feel another tug underneath the table.
I look under.
And you see Rose there.
Are you trying to find something of interest down there?
I know who your friends are.
Oh, do you now?
I do.
And who are my friends?
The people you were talking to earlier in your room.
Oh, did you sneak in, little one?
I saw you. I was in the vent. I saw you guys all walk out.
Really now? And why are we so interesting to you?
You're new. And I don't know, but you just seem like interesting people. I thought
Well-
it was a little odd, God going into quarters and also I followed her because we were playing earlier.
Oh, I see. She is our friend.
Now you get to play a game with me.
I certainly can. What kind of game did you have in mind?
Scavenger hunt.
Oh, I do enjoy one of those.
You want to play?
Suppose I can play for a time.
You know
What are we going to get?
that thing your friend wears?
Which friend? I have many, as you saw.
Wisteria, where do you wear your amulet?
Her neck.
Elowen, you see Rose points to Wisteria's neck. Her amulet's not there.
Oh, this little kid's gonna get it.
Your face goes down like, the fuck?
This kid's gonna get it.
And then she says, And that paper with the scribbly writing on it. That your
Oh,
other friend?
yes.
She points at Charlie. He had it in his sleeve.
What else is on this list?
Maybe something of yours?
Did you take something of mine? Or do you want me to hide something so you could find it?
I took it off your leg.
Bitch!
It was a pretty Sharpie thing.
It is, but it's also very dangerous, and not because it's a weapon. It could do some harm to you if you don't know how to wield it properly.
Seemed like a regular Sharpie thing.
It does. To a regular eye, but to a trained eye, it's something much more.
you
Where's
ready
a
to play?
cursed item when I need it?
Here's your first clue. Are you ready? You need to pay very close attention. Here's your first clue. Because if you don't solve this scavenger hunt, the items are going to get destroyed.
Oh, really? Are they in a place where they're going to get destroyed, or are you going to destroy them?
I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell. You have to solve it. You have to solve it. There's clues. Okay, first
Alright.
clue. First clue is... I'm just going to get her paper. First clue is I roar, I thump, and breathe my fiery breath. Find me.
Okay.
I'll be watching. Bye. And she
kinda weird.
rushes off.
And she's thinking in her head like, oh, great. Because she's like, those are important items.
And so dinner starts to be served. It's gonna last for a while. You see that there's some entertainment. There's an orchestra that starts playing, and you know that the Tabaxi sisters are going to be performing soon as well. They're more of the main performance. But there's going to be some time. It's kind of a lengthy dinner service. There's multiple courses involved. What would you like to do?
I would just look throughout the area and see if there's anything that may represent a dragon or potentially a dragonborn, as just like to the process of elimination here.
Okay, roll me investigation.
This is a thing I can do. Yes, it is a thing I can do. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. That is a 17. Sorry, 18.
Got it. There's only one dragonborn that you see in here, and that would be the first officer, the security officer.
Oh, she would have put it on there. Damn it.
Or sorry, is he the second officer? Where is my notes on my officers? There they are. No, he is first officer. Yeah, Kelvin Montague. There's
There's
no
no
other kind of like dragon imagery.
Nothing. Okay. I roar, I thump.
We should probably take a break. I'm sorry I lasted this long.
How dare you let us RP?
Didn't realize it. So let you guys kind of think that over. I'll leave you all with this riddle again to maybe help her out. But I roar, I thump, and breathe my fiery breath. Find me.
Remember, because my character's intelligent, I'm not. So. All right, we'll be right back and take a short break. Until then, we'll see you guys here in just a few minutes.
Tried to let go of all of the nonsense that you put me through. I give it all to you. I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited. You wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine. It's right. that you put me through. I give it up to you. I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited. You wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, right, right. Right now.
They ran it for 2 seasons before they dumped it.
And
but
we're
it was
back.
No.
Lies and slander.
So we are back.
Hi.
Hello.
So Elowin, Agent Dryad, just got some interesting invitation by a young girl. What are you gonna do with that information?
So, after looking over and seeing pretty much like the only Dragonborn, she's like, no, that's too obvious. This child's way too clever for her own good. So she's gonna sit there and just take a moment to think. And then she just kind of gets a smile on her face and she's like, oh, I hope she didn't put that in a very dangerous place. And she's gonna go find, I won't say Wisteria, Crystal.
She's easy to spot. She's been kind of hovering in the area, and as dinner was starting to be served, she removed herself and went off to one of the sides, but she stayed, positioned herself so that she was nearby the group's tables that are they're close together.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be hard for you to go past some of your other companions too on the way to Crystal if you wanted to.
Okay.
But you can also just make your way there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make my way over to Crystal.
Okay.
Crystal, do you happen to know where the engine room is? Or the engines?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's on the 3rd level. Like down. Only the crew go there though.
Are you allowed to go?
I've been there. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be there, but being new and all, I could kind of accidentally get lost, or say I didn't know any better because I'd been there with the bosun. So, if I had kind of a flimsy excuse to go there,
Do you have anyone that can get you down there?
oh, I can go down there. I don't think there's any reason I can't go down there. I'm not sure it's locked or anything. But there's got to be somebody down there. Like I'm seeing the chief engineers up here, and I'm seeing all the officers are up there. Maybe I could go down and say that I have some kind of message from the chief engineer, or he wanted me to double check and see if there was any well, that's kind of bad because he probably can talk, but I could say that he'd asked me just to make a loop down, make sure everything was okie dokie, all right, and all that.
Because I was wondering if you could check out the furnace or the engines, because let's just say Rose did a little bit of pickpocketing to all of her friends. And she may have hidden something down where the engine is.
Okay, there only one thing though. Remember when I came back and I was telling you all about that, and I said that like if you had to get close to the engine, you had to wear one of them suits.
Can you get one of those suits?
How close would she? That little rascal. How close would she have gotten?
I don't know, but she's a bold one. I'm not sure.
Am I looking for big things, little things?
Here's the funny thing. It's 3 things. Possibly, I don't know if they're all there at the same place, but her clue made it sound like perhaps it is. We are looking for, Wisteria's necklace that she wears.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
She took that.
Oh dear.
So we're going to need that back. Also, the cipher that we picked up earlier tonight, she took that as well from Charles.
Oh my.
She also took my dagger, my very special one.
I'm wondering, are some of these things that like they kind of have magic around them?
Well, don't know about the cipher, but I know the other 2 do.
I can't do anything like this, but is one of you folks, can somebody kind of detect if something's magical? Like, it might help to find it. Like that engine room, it's a pretty big place, and those are pretty tiny little things you're asking me to find.
Oh, welcome,
Skull
raiders.
for initiative. Yeah, thank you so much for that raid.
Thank you so much.
I love that Skull for initiative. That's awesome.
Wow.
That's a badass name right there.
Yep.
Welcome.
Well, I certainly can detect magic. Which that would require me coming with you, and I don't know if we can get down there. However, if we're able to squeeze through, perhaps we can go through the vents once we get close enough.
I got another idea. You're gonna be missed. If I use that fancy rifle scope, that thing with the dry sight, do you think I could see him with that? Would there be any kind of signal I could pick up with that?
Does she actually know that?
She would know that drow sight is an infrared. So anything you would see with infrared, basically heat signatures, in an engine room, probably the whole thing's gonna be a hit signature.
Unless that cipher was freshly burnt. No. Unfortunately, no. It would have to be either visual or might detect magic, and so I suppose if we can figure it out, you and I could go.
Or can you cast something on me that then I could see?
You know what? Let me check. I actually don't know.
And you do see, just to kind of paint the scene, so you know kind of like if you would be completely missed or not. There are some people that are coming and going. Most people are sitting down for dinner and beginning to eat their first course. But some people get up, go to the bar. Some people exit for the restrooms. You see a couple kind of giggling and sneaking out. There's some movement. It's not like everyone's stuck in their seats.
Okay.
It's not like a wedding dinner or something like that. It's a formal dinner in the recreation hall, but no one by any means is tied to their seats. It's just kind of expected, but
So
not
it wouldn't be
everyone,
suspicious if I
especially
snuck
you're
away
not,
for a
like,
bit.
the ambassador or one of the more elite VIP.
Yes.
With your cover, it wouldn't be. You're seeing people of kind of your level meandering about or
Good.
leaving. So
What do you mean my level?
of your
Need your
cover,
level.
of your
Oh.
cover,
Yeah, what do you mean by you people?
What do you mean by you people?
attendants, secretaries, things like
Um,
that.
So she's gonna just kind of shake her head. Unfortunately, no, it's got to be me if that's the case. So, I mean, people are kind of coming and going, so I could just come with you and you could be my escort, saying that, you know, with my cover being a psychic, I could say that there's something amiss with the engines or in the engine room, and that might help us get in. If you don't mind escorting me.
Let's give that a try first.
All right. If you don't mind, lead the way.
Alrighty.
And I'm going to look back really quick and see if I can catch either Wisteria's or Charlie's attention, like catch their eye.
Okay. Give me a. What is their? Let's see. What kind of check would this be?
Huh?
Really crazy
Roll for-
perception.
I know I'm gonna go by their passives,
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
so I'll just. I
It's
guess
gonna be
I'll
bad
just
or
roll.
good. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I'd say Wisteria and Charlie both see you.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of make a gesture, just saying like, "I'll be back," and then kind of shift my eyes around the room, sort of an indication of just like, just keep going, keep doing what we're doing. I'll be back, and kind of make it obvious, kind of like have my hand on Crystal's shoulder to show that we're both leaving. We're gonna be gone momentarily, so.
Mysteria's gonna pick up her drink to take a drink and just like tap twice. As an I confirm.
Okay.
And we'll both
And-
exit.
As you guys exit and start heading down the hall, you hear the door open again, swing, and some heavier footsteps behind you, kind of rushing. And you hear a Chris Starr, wait up! And you see Bosun Riggs kind of rushing over to you. Hey, I was worried that I was gonna miss you before I saw you heading out. I just wanted to see everything okay. Can I help with anything?
Well, actually, Bosun, I was trying to deal with this myself because I didn't want to make a fuss or alarm anybody. Maybe I should have asked you. I'm so sorry. I should know better. I should have deferred to you, sir. Anyhow, this lovely lady here, she's a psychic, and she came to me in the middle of dinner, and she says that she's had this premonition that there might be something wrong in the engine room. So I was going to just take her down there, all very quiet like, and so she could check it out and make sure that everything was okay. And if you would like to come with us to escort us and keep everybody there calm, that would be so much better. Would you be able to do that for me?
Roll persuasion with advantage because of your boots.
Did you say because of your boobs?
Boots!
Boots!
She's
Would
wearing
I be
some
too far off
sexy-ass
though
boots.
if I said if it was boobs? Would it be too far off?
I mean,
I
Das-
mean, no,
Das
but
Boots!
that's boots.
Das boots.
she is
I
looking
was also
hot.
going to ask if I could have any kind of plus advantage if I kick somebody with one
I
of
was
those
ready to
boots,
talk
but-
myself up too before she said the roll, so I was like, okay, this could probably still help.
At this point,
just-
all you gotta do is ask.
Okay, so the better one is 15, and I'm rolling for deception.
Yeah, deception.
So 16.
Okay. Either that or persuasion, because this is kind of a mixed call. Because you're trying
mean,
to
we're not
encourage him to
lying.
do something, but you are lying as well. So I'd say either one. I'm not going to.
No, we'll take. Oh, just no. Too bad it's not perception.
Whatever your higher one is.
No, we definitely don't want to go with persuasion.
Okay,
Um,
so we'll go with deception. That's fine.
Deception, so 16.
16.
The best I
Okay,
can do.
that's enough for him. So he kind of nods and goes, "Oh wow, psychic, huh? What do you see about me?" And he kind of holds his hand out to you.
She'll ham it up. She'll go ahead and she'll just like very sweetly nod and be like, I just need you to calm your thoughts for a moment so I can hear beyond the spirit world.
He kind of eyes Crystal a little bit and flushes and then goes, shakes his head and closes his eyes.
I said calm. You gotta calm your mind. A little bit more. Still clouded. And she'll go ahead and she'll just put her thumb on his forehead and just kind of do it like massage the point right here, just to kind of get him to relax. Be like,
He slumps a little bit.
There we go. Give me just a moment now. What I see, and I kind of like open up my eye a little bit just to look over at Crystal. Be like, I see a strong relationship in your future.
Flush.
I don't see it. The details are a little fuzzy, but there's a connection, a very strong connection between you and some other, but it's still a bit too clouded. But your future looks quite bright.
He grins. Goes, all right, okay. Anything I can do to help you, ladies? Let's go.
And I don't want to alarm anyone, but I just want to make sure everything's okay. Sometimes things get a little bit hazy and it's just something that's either past or future, and I just want to make sure it's not the now.
Hey, when you got the gift, you got the gift, right? So
I appreciate it.
all right. I will lead the way. And he kind of starts walking forward, leading you guys over to the engine room.
Yeah!
And he starts talking along the way, going like, normally we don't allow civilians to see the lower levels. We occasionally have tours, blah, 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 blah. And he kind of talks. So we'll pause you guys there for the moment and go back to the others. So dinner, second course rolls on through. Third course. Anything else you would like to achieve during like the meal portion of the day? Dinner. Or you want to wait for kind of more opportune moving around moments?
I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not really looking to RP this unless something comes of it. But do I remember correctly? Was I somewhat near the captain?
Yeah. You would be on. So the captain's table is in the center. And then there's the table with Eloin's table, and then next to it would have been Wisteria and Charlie and their table and Kieran's table, and then yours is kind of on the other side with the officers. And there's like another table of randos like in between you guys, so you're like on the. They would be on the left. You would be on the right side of the captain's table.
Well, if the opportunity came up for me to talk to the captain at all, I would simply mention that I had met his wonderful daughter and that she was very curious and rambunctious and blah blah blah.
Yeah, he would like kind of brush back some of his dreadlocks and scratch his head a little bit, kind of like, and do a bit of a tired kind of dad smirk, and just be like, yeah, sorry if she's been bothering you. She can be a bit much sometimes. She gets bored.
Oh, she's no bother at all. None whatsoever. Just obviously very energetic. Hard to keep that contained in just a ship.
Yeah, usually she doesn't bother the passengers all that much, but she always finds a couple to kind of befriend or annoy in particular. So that's you. Apologize. She's harmless really, but if she gets to be a bit too much, just come find me or one of the officers. We know how to deal with her. But not in a bad way. I mean, I love my daughter. She's absolutely the light of my life. I don't want her to ruin your time. or
mean,
your
no-
business. I mean, I know you're working here too, but I don't want her to get in the way of your work.
Oh no, not at all. The worst she requested of me is that I get her a mask like mine.
Dear Lord. Sure. I generally let her have more or less what she wants. She goes through these weird phases. Apparently now it's a mask phase.
It was a pleasure to meet her, and a pleasure to meet you, sir. Should you need any medical assistance, please come find me immediately.
He kind of gives a glance over to where Janice is, and kind of has a heavy sigh and goes, "At least you seem like you'll be a bit more useful than that one is most of the time."
And my body language gets very noticeably awkward. Like,
It's all right, son. Oddly enough, she's very good at what she does, even if she's several sheets to the wind, if it were.
oh, no.
Oddly
Yeah.
enough, she's worse
Makes sense.
sober. You don't want to see her sober.
I'm going to
Not-
start running through my head of different symptoms that might be indicative of. I'd probably get lost in it.
But yeah, he just kind of thanks you for that, and hopes that you're, enjoying your time aboard the ship so far.
No, wish him a good night. Go on.
Anything else anyone would like to do during the dinner portion? All right, so dinner goes by, and they start kind of whisking away the meals and the dishes. There was like the salad dish, the soup dish, the main dish, which was like a choice of like chicken, fish. Well, it was like fancy. It was like pheasant and some fancy fish, or vegetarian.
It's mahi mahi.
essentially.
That's some fancy fish
Yeah,
right there.
there you go. Not really, but it would be like swordfish.
I mean,
Okay,
it's-
let's
I mean,
get
we
bring it
did
up a
get
few
lobster.
notches.
You know, the first
lobster.
time I
Nice.
ever heard of filet mignon, I thought it was a giant steak. No, it's this little.
Yeah, it's a
like,
little.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm like,
they'll have that too available.
Why?
Yeah.
The food's pretty damn good. Very, very good. And dessert also goes through, which is this sort of sweet cream. And then the main performance is go ahead and begins, and you see the two Tabaxi sisters introduce themselves as let me go to their page real quick so I don't mess up the names I created for them. But they're Poem of Summer and Page of a Book. And Poem of Summer is the songstress, and she comes out and she is the more like white coloring of the two. And she starts singing. She has a really lovely soprano voice, and she's strumming her lute, and she just is very enchanting. And her sister Paige is a bit more stern, more serious. She has small glasses that kind of sit on the edge of her nose, and she's got a tome in her hands, and she's kind of more reserved towards the back, and she's in kind of calling forth minor illusions that create these images of what her sisters is singing about as they dance upon the stage. So she's singing of like this fey land, and these little fairy creatures start dancing among flowers on the scene on the stage, and there's all these lights, and it's this very glamorous performance, this beautiful blend of bardic and wizardry arts together. Then the sisters look a lot like Raven and Siva's kitties. So one's like more brown and one's more white, and they've got like little stripies on them. Very beautiful Tabaxi sisters. So they have a really grand performance. It's hard to pull away from it. And then once it also concludes, people start getting up from their seats. The ambassador stays for the moment. She seems to be having kind of an after dinner coffee, and she kind of does this, and some of the attendants kind of scatter, and she wants a little bit more of a quieter time. Dimitri makes his way over to the bar and is kind of chatting up some ladies at the bar, making a very late entrance. Comes in. You guys would probably take note of this, but Chetal, not Chetal, sorry, the lady from Chetal, the guide.
Ratal or Rassol?
What did I name her?
Are you talking about the one that was next to Dimitri?
Mm-hmm.
Rachel.
Yeah, the one that was talking to Dimitri. She hasn't been in
Rachel.
attendance all dinner.
Yeah,
Rachel.
the guide of Chital, her name was
Raitu.
Rachel.
Raitu.
Oh, Raitu.
Mm-hmm. She's from Chetal.
That's what it was.
Based on her appearance. But Raitu comes in. She's the elf. Extremely late. She's missed dinner. She's after the performance. And she kind of hurriedly, but she tries to like make it. I guess give me a. You guys have been kind of actively scanning around the room, I would assume. So give me a perception check, those of you who are in the room, to see how much you notice of her behavior.
Please.
Perception. That's a 19.
That is a dirty 20 for me.
Okay.
That is a 2 on the die for a 1.
Okay. So
Oh,
Dr.
wow.
E is probably at this point taking some notes about various conditions that he was thinking of that Janice might be suffering from. So he's looking down at the moment. And then what did Kieran get?
For perception, she got a 12.
Okay. So Kieran, you probably don't notice this either, but the other two would notice her behavior as she comes in. She seems like she's rushing in at first, and then she quickly corrects her behavior and kind of puts a little gentle smile on and tries not to make it look like she's making a beeline for Dimitri. But you guys can clearly tell that she's got a very clear purpose as she makes her way. She stops to talk to one person, but her eyes are very purposefully on him. And she continues to make her way over to him and starts whispering something in his ear.
While she's making her way, can I get up as if I'm going to the bar to grab a drink?
Certainly. So as you're going there,
I'd like to get, if I can get within earshot. If it's too awkward, then she wouldn't attempt it. But she just want to go order a drink.
okay. You can kind of try to saddle up a little bit close and give me a perception check at disadvantage because there's drinks being made, there's gossip and talk, and she's whispering.
It's not terrible with my perception. It's a 14.
Okay. It's just not quite enough. You can tell a tone of voice, but you can't quite make out what words she's saying. But she sounds calm and direct, and seems to be trying to deliver information kind of quickly, but doesn't. With her demeanor, she's trying to not let other people hear. But she doesn't sound like she's panicked. You hear maybe a twinge of excitement, maybe, or like anticipation, but it's fairly calm and direct tone of voice. And Dimitri kind of looks pleased at hearing what she said and does like a little nod.
So I'm gonna wait for while waiting for my drink, I'm gonna let their conversation conclude before I'll turn towards Dimitri and be like, Dimitri, I did not see you there.
And
How are you this evening?
He motions to the bartender and orders a drink for himself and says, "What can I get you?"
I just actually got mine, but I appreciate the guest. Maybe the next one.
Are you sure? I can buy you one of what I'm having. It's from the homeland. It's really good.
Is it now? I'm very curious. I'll try one.
Yeah, it's from my personal reserve that I made available in this ship.
Ooh, that's very exciting.
And the family owns a distillery. It's pretty good. And so he pours a small like tumbler of vodka, essentially.
And she'll drink it. Now,
Drinks it.
the word among the ladies is you're having a party, lady. A party later. What does one have to do to secure an invite?
You show up looking like you do.
No.
My quarters after this more snobbish event is over. Then the real party is had.
That sounds amazing. This has been a little stuffy.
Right? Feel free to, relax a little more in my bedrooms.
Good to know. I don't mean to be rude. She'll turn towards the lady from Chatal. I don't mean to be rude. I'm Lady Elvira. You are?
Oh, Raytu, turns and her face was a little stern at first, but she turns to you and puts on this smile and goes, "Hello, I'm Raytu. Nice to meet you." And she holds out her hand.
She'll shake it. The pleasure is mine.
Are you enjoying your journey so far?
So far, yes.
It is a lovely ship. Yes.
Yes, very lovely. My first time on one. How about you?
Oh, I travel with some of the guests from time to time. I prefer on the island though.
I've heard the island is lovely.
It is beautiful home. Colors, very nice.
I'm very excited to see it.
You should take time to see volcanoes. Many come to see volcanoes.
Is it safe?
Some not safe, but most of you don't go where not safe. The tribes, they will get mad too. But you stay where safe. Tourists, yes. Tourists place, yes. Safe.
That's great to know. Was I interrupting something here?
No. Going over itinerary for arrival.
Okay, make a insight.
Sure.
It's be a 21.
What'd you get?
21.
Okay. She rolled low. And you rolled high. So you can tell that she seems to be putting on a false face.
She'll take now.
And you're not so sure about her accent either.
Important to note. So what part of Chatal did you say? Where are you from again?
Oh, the island.
Oh, my understanding you guys had multiple tribes. I wasn't sure. Which one was yours? Sure, if they have other ladies as beautiful as you, they must be one I must visit.
Alamaki, on the south side of the island.
I insight check that too.
Insight check all the things.
A little lower, that's a 19.
Ah!
It's a better dice. She seems, you that sounds like a real place. She seems pretty sincere about being from there.
Okay. It was a pleasure to meet you. Dimitri,
yes.
If there's dancing litters, may I have a dance?
I don't dance with the guests. It's unprofessional.
She turned to Dimitri at that one.
Oh! I'm so sorry. Yes. I'm gonna go. And she kind of makes eye contact with Dimitri one more time, and then will walk away. And she seems to make her way over towards this door that leads to the back area, where some of the servants have been coming and going from. And Dimitri kind of turns and goes, "It is time, no?" And he puts his drink down, holds his hand out.
Take his hand, and I will go dance with him.
Okay, I don't have a music change for this, but it changes to like waltz music. So you guys are waltzing right now, and he's actually quite an accomplished dancer. So anything you want to ask him while you're waltzing?
No, she'll leave like that, as she noted that Elwyn left the room. So
Okay.
she'll just continue up.
While you're dancing with Dimitri, anything anyone else wants to do during this time?
Where did the lady who was talking to Dimitri go?
She went to the back where the servants have been coming and going from, behind the bar.
Behind the bar.
Mhm.
Are the waitresses or the cocktail waitresses that Kieran made friends with earlier in the trip around that she can see?
Yeah, they'd be pretty easy to spot. Most of them have been coming and going. So it takes you a moment, but you can spot one of them after a moment. Not too hard.
Cool. So she's gonna go over to with her drink in hand, like she's like refreshing a drink.
Okay.
And she's gonna go, so like is that girl with Dimitri like his personal maid or something? She keeps like going in the back room.
Oh, her. Yeah, she's like some guide from Chaital or whatever that the ambassador's party hired. She's supposed to like send them to their rooms when they get on the island and guide them to where the summit is or something. That's what I heard. I don't know. She's a guide. She's from the island. If you couldn't tell from what she wears, you know. I think she's sweet on Dimitri. She hangs out with him a lot. I've even seen her come and go from his bedroom before the dinner.
Ooh, scandal.
I know. I bet grandma wouldn't be happy about that.
Oh, really? Like, is he betrothed or something?
Oh, there's rumors here and there, but I mean, he's such a playboy, right? But I mean, sleeping with the help, I mean, come on. That's like supposed to be below him or whatever, right?
I don't know. Like, Daddy says you're not supposed to do that because, it leads to unwanted secession issues. Whatever that means.
Whatever. I just hear it leads to unwanted other kinds of issues, if you know what I mean. I stay away from playboys like that. So even if he did want me, I'd be like, no. I know where that's been. We maids, we see everything.
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, you should see the sheets on some of these lords' beds after a trip like this. Ugh.
Ew. It's like, can I have the sheets in my room changed more often then?
Oh, don't worry, yours they all start off cleaned. Unless, are you a party girl? Do you need your sheets changed more often? Because I can put that on the agenda. I mean, no judgment. I'm not going to shame you.
Oh God, no. No. It's like, it's just a bunch of like old grody men here. It's like, going out with your grandpa. Ew.
Yeah. Anyway, sweetie, do you need a drink or something?
Yeah, I saw this pink one that someone had with this red swirl on it. Whatever that is, I want one, please.
I'll have the bartender fix you one up. Just one moment, no problem, sweetie. Right. And she goes and gets you the pink drink.
And then she'll thank her, and she'll tip her a little heavy, and then she'll head over to her table. And God, like, is like how the table is Kieran sitting next to or across from Wisteria?
You would be sitting. There's Dexter, I believe, is in between you guys. Only he's not there anymore. He's making the rounds. So you guys are close together. I mean, you can walk over to her if you want.
At this point, have I already left the table?
Oh wait, no, Wisteria is dancing right now, so you can't
so
really
she's
approach
dancing
her.
with Dimitri.
She's
Okay.
dancing with Dimitri right now, yeah.
All right, then she'll sit at the table and she'll wait for the dance to be over, so she can tell her the information she just found out about the attendant
Okay.
to see,
Um,
what she thinks they should do next. Because I mean, she's not really like a rogue or anything. So she's like, all right, I got info. I don't know what to do with it.
okay, so we'll say the dance ends. Dimitri gets scooped up by one of the other many ladies that have been waiting for an opportunity.
Yep. I'll return back over to my seat. Also hoping to find someone to pass information along. So when she sees Kieran there, she'll sit down next to her and be like, "Oh, that was a dance. Are you having a lovely time, princess?"
Oh, I am. And then she's like, it's kind of hot in here, don't you think? And she she whips open her fan and she's like, she's holding it in front of her face and as close as she can to Wisteria's face without making it look obvious. But again, she's not a rogue, so
Wisteria's gonna lean in as if she's getting some hot gossip.
And she basically tells her the info she got from the waitress about the attendant lady. That she's supposedly some sort of guide for the ambassador, but she's definitely in cahoots or stripping Dimitri, especially since she's been seen leaving his room at odd hours. So there's some sort of connection between her and Dimitri. It might just be lascivious and not be anything more than that, but she doesn't know.
She'll nod along and not seeing it's an opportunity to pass back the information about the accent. She'll be like, I once heard. Actually, she will pass along. She'll be like, once I heard that someone else said that her accent sounds off, like she might be overplaying it. I don't know. Seems weird, doesn't it? It's just real weird getting in real close to Dimitri. And kind of act like it's gossip, like they're gossiping about who he's petting with.
So you guys kind of share that information. Charlie, what are you doing during this time?
Honestly, I think.
Or are you kind of waiting for a specific thing occur? Are you waiting for the party? Like, it seems like you're kind of waiting for something, but I'm not sure what.
He saw Crystal and Elowen leave.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that the little girl took something. He has not pieced that part together.
Mm-hmm.
So he's still biding his time, talking with more people at the gamblers' tables.
Okay.
He's mostly just hanging out by the chess piece sets, but
I imagine you could have engaged yourself in a game or two during the course of this talk. I know you wanted to speak with Agent Phalenx. She is available, more readily available now that most of everyone else has left the table. She's just kind of she's sitting beside the ambassador, just seeming like she's taking notes.
He will actually pull out his pipe because he knows that Phalenx is also a smoker.
Okay.
And we'll have a nice seat after breaking even at the tables, and we'll relay to her. How are you two young ladies doing today?
The ambassador looks up. She's an older woman.
And I am 75 years old.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. You look kind of young.
Yes.
For your age, but she has like silver in her hair and some jowls and stuff, but kind of strong features to her as well. And she's kind of sipping her coffee, and she kind of just raises an eyebrow at you.
It would seem that's a certain little girl has sticky fingers.
And the ambassador will look at Agent Phalenx, and Agent Phalenx kind of stands up and motions you over to a corner, and she lights a lighter and goes, "Would you like to have a smoke?"
Please. And
Wrong accent. Find your British.
Find your wish. Would you like
Me.
would you like a cig? And he'll basically use his pipe to light her cigarette.
Okay. And he lights it for her, and she's got that long stem cigarette. And she'll kind of help with your pipe. So,
bit of
any
a
new
problem.
God damn it! Find the accent. Any new information then?
Yes. The young girl has sticky fingers.
And she's stolen.
Well, apparently enough to make a game of it.
Better
Other
play
than
her
that,
game quickly then. Get this stuff back. She's just a child. Convince her.
Pieces are in play. We are able to move our pieces along. However, it's merely a waiting game. Just making sure we're staying open and available.
Always. And it's at that moment that the lights start flickering. One of the bulbs over by the bar bursts. And there's a sound of like a boom as the power goes out, and then some sputtering sounds, and the lights come back on. And you see some of the officers start talking to each other and yelling. But then they kind of catch themselves, and so they rush over to each other and have a quick conversation. The captain quickly leaves, the chief engineer quickly leaves, and the security officer quickly leaves.
Would I have known exactly where the ambassador is right now?
The ambassador is at the
Still
table.
here?
You guys are
Okay.
just off to the side a little bit, but
Okay.
Agent Phalenx just quickly puts her cigarette out on her hand, looks to you, gives you a like figure it out look, and returns to the ambassador, takes her hand, and starts to gently guide her towards her quarters.
At this point, if he's able to avoid suspicion, he will nonchalantly make his way towards the hallway towards the guest rooms.
Okay.
And he will try and find a way to either... Oh god, he's got to make a choice if he wants to go to the boiler room or if he wants to go to the rooms.
And even though the lights went out and stuff, it was a little startling. Everyone was a little like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then the lights come back on, the orchestra starts up again, and everyone kind of just like, okay.
Continues.
And continues.
Well, why would you want to go to the boiler room?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Because
That's actually a good point.
no one
It's a good
knows.
point. Nah, no one knows. No one
it's
knows.
just
So
Crystal. That's why I was like,
he would
no
actually
one knows.
then he would actually go to the room. He hasn't been able to pick any pockets, has he? Damn.
I don't think so. So we'll come back to you as you think about
Yeah.
kind of what your next move will
Yeah.
be. The ambassador has been removed by Agent Phalenx because she doesn't like any sign of trouble at all.
That's
it
the best
possible-
move that we've got right now.
Is
Yeah,
it possible to accidentally on purpose bump into Agent Phalenx and slip a note into her hand about the
definitely.
the guide from Chatal being a little suspicious and doing something?
Yeah,
while dinner
easy
was going
enough.
on?
hmm
So,
So
let's see
we'll
if I
say
can-
that happens. And give me a sleight of hand check to see if anyone else happens to notice this motion.
That's perfect time for that. Sleight of hand, you said?
Mhm.
That's a natural 20 for a 28.
You're fine, girl. No one
Good luck.
sees shit.
Good luck,
Totally
bitches.
natural.
That shit.
Yeah.
Smooth criminal.
Yep.
So she gets that note. You assume she'll read that later.
Yeah.
And we're gonna switch back over. When do we need to take another break, Zoro?
Probably within the next 20 minutes.
Okay, so we'll keep going. So we're gonna switch over to you and Crystal. And so I'm gonna move our music over to the engine room music as Bosun Riggs has escorted you guys down. And now this takes place before the lights flicker. So we're basically going back in time to see what you guys have been doing this whole time. Okay?
Okay.
Let's do this one first. Come on, sound. Hopefully there's something playing right now.
Nope.
Oh, it's not. Okay. I'll just pick the louder of my 2 sound sets for this.
There it is.
I just need to remove some weird battle sounds that are mixed in here and sounds of air and crickets because that's not appropriate.
I mean, stowaways?
Remove that, remove that, remove that, remove that.
That's what I have to do for like certain ominous, like,
Remove
this is some
that.
foresty music. Oh, but I don't want crocodiles in the background.
I think we're good now.
Right.
I think it's good. We got our sound set. And I'm gonna bring us over to the engine room map.
Ooh.
So that's what it kind of looks like. It's bigger than this, but this is kind of one of the main rooms.
Okay.
And so you should have control of your tokens. Yeah. So feel free to kind of move your tokens. But you
Where are we
enter-
coming in from? So I know where to place it.
You're coming in from right over here. I'll mark it with a marker.
Okay,
here.
perfect.
So yeah, coming in from over here.
Perfect.
All right, so perfect. Okay. So you're led to the engine room by Bosun Riggs, and he's looking around and goes, "So what are we looking for?"
In my vision, I was given a sign that says, as I try to pull it up, as I'm pulling up fast enough, oh my god, things are happening, oh god, okay. In my vision it said, I roar, I thump, and breathe my fiery breath. And it led me here to the engine room, so we need to find a sign. I'm getting objects, things of importance, gone missing.
Okay, so look for something that shouldn't be here.
Exactly.
All right, how about you two? And he points to this room that you guys see on the map. You guys go ahead and look in here. Be careful, it can get really hot near the furnace, so you might not want to get too close to that. And I'll go
Will do.
check out the coal storage rooms and some of the other areas. Okay, I'll
Thank
be right
you.
back. Yep. So he kind of leaves you guys to explore and investigate this room, should you choose. And as you walk into this room, the heat is stifling. It's just like thick, heavy heat. You guys both start sweating immediately. And the closer you get to this like glowing device, this like furnace, which I just wrote on, but the closer you get to this area here, and I didn't put lights on this one, I meant to make this glow, but this is also really hot. Where all the gears are is really hot. There's a lot of heat coming from this one too, but not as much as the heat coming from the big guy that's all glowing.
Okay. For flavor, could I use Ray of Frost and just kind of keep myself cool? Just have like a nice like spray.
It does damage.
So I asked if it was
no.
for flavor. It's just-
Nope.
I would use.
Damn it.
You can try, but it's just so hot. It just
Yeah.
doesn't seem to work.
You could probably use prestidigitation.
Oh, I'm going to, just not now. I'd just be a mess repeatedly, so I'm not waiting to use that until I get out.
I would,
So,
but there's a mechanical part to this. Otherwise,
yeah. it's
I'd let
just-
you have the flavor.
That's fine. That's fair. Okay, so she will look at Crystal and go, all right, so remember those 3 objects that we need to find. I would imagine it's maybe closer to where fire is. Probably in the engine that corner over there.
Well, I'm just wondering, like this spell you got, how far can you go out from you?
Pretty far. Why is it not popping up? Here we go. 30 feet from me for 10 minutes. So,
How about maybe we kind of start in the middle of the room and you kind of just like spin around a bit and see if that would do it.
That's a good idea. That way I'm kind of in the center of it all. So, yeah, let's.
I don't
let's
know
go a little
about
bit
you,
closer.
but these woolen things, they're pretty warm here, even for me.
Yeah, I'm very hot. My hair's starting to stick.
Then move a few squares at a time, please.
Okay, I'm going to actually cast it now, since it lasts 10 minutes. Might as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast Detect Magic as I start to move forward towards the center.
Okay, move in individual squares.
Okay. I'm just
Okay,
gonna...
feels like it's getting a little hotter. A little bit hotter. Give me a Constitution check.
Yep. The con's not terrible. Either is that roll. That's a 17.
Okay. And
Oh,
Crystal?
my con is higher than that. That's a 19. I was looking at my con check, not save.
Okay. Crystal?
Okay. I'm sort of torn between should I go back out and get the suits or should I just stay with
What do you want to do?
what I
The
think
suits
I'm
are
going
in
to
the other
do.
room over right next to, there's like a separate room where Bosun Riggs led you guys past. That seems to be like a locker area, and there's where the hanging aprons are, just outside this room.
Okay, I think I'm going to move this square to here. And I think what I'll do is say, are y'all right? Because I'm remembering about them suits and I could go get them if we need them.
Yeah, that might be really good. It's starting to get really, really hot in here. The closer we go in, it's hard to breathe.
Okay, you going to be all right if I go get them suits?
Yeah, I'm just gonna step back a couple feet so I can just breathe a little bit better. I'll
Okay.
be like,
Okay, Crystal,
Right back
so
here.
you step
I
back
will-
into the room.
Go out, I guess, to here then?
Yeah, you basically leave the room, and this is a more of a darkened chamber, much cooler. And you see kind of hanging off in the corner are the aprons. You go
Oh.
and get them?
I'm going to go and see if I can get two and bring them. They're not in any way locked or anything that.
They're just hanging on hooks.
Yeah, I'll go get two and come back.
There's like grates and vents everywhere. So as you go to grab it, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
$15.
Okay.
the DM will
Noted.
remember this.
Where is my thing? I've got a lot of things I'm keeping track of. Okay. Alright, so you grab them and you head back into the room.
Okay, so I will go back. I will put mine on before. Oops, that wasn't smart. I will put mine on before I go back into the room, and I will go then. After I do that, I will go to here, and I will offer the other one to my companion.
Putting on the aprons, it helps a lot more. These seem to be bespelled to allow you to handle the heat of the engine rooms. And luckily, Crystal thought well of exploring the lower sections of the ship and getting to know the crew and knowing a little bit more about the rooms and stuff. So she had that prior knowledge about these aprons. So good job. So you guys can go ahead and
the
move.
enchantment off it too. I'm like, oh yes.
Yeah, you can move freely throughout the room. So as you're moving around, you do see, you feel a magical ping over here inside this pipe.
So, I'm sorry, where was that again? Oh, over there. Okay.
Inside that pipe.
What? I'm getting something from over there. I'm gonna go check it out.
Oh no, you stay in the middle. I'll go.
All right.
So, do I need to move slowly, or can I just go over here?
You can move freely now.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
you go
I
over
will
there,
go over here.
Go check the pipe.
and it's the pipe. There's a hatch that is closed on it.
Okay.
Be careful if you need to wear some gloves. I don't know, but it might be hot to the touch.
Okay. That's a good point. So I'll put out my.
I may have something to help cool it down a little bit, if you want.
Well, let me just kind of put my hand close and see. So if I put my hand close to it, what happens?
It feels extremely hot.
I'm going to, without.
You saw me grabbing dice, didn't you, Zoro? You
No,
knew
actually I
something
didn't. I was
up.
like, we're in a hot metal room. We had to put this shit on. I'm like, everything else in here is probably going to be fucking hot. So, no, I just put common sense to that.
Okay, I wasn't sure how far the magic from the aprons would extend. So,
That's why I questioned it first. I was like, do the aprons allow us to touch it? Check first.
So what I'm going to do before I even do anything else is I'm going to check all around that hatch, and I'm going to look up to the ceiling above, because I remember Rose is playing in the vents. So I'm going to look up to see if there's a vent there that she might have done something with, and I'm going to look all around.
Give me a perception check.
God, that's like going inside an oven. Why would you want to do that, little child?
Because nothing affects her.
I imagine elements would.
Oh, a Kraken +5, 25.
Yeah, that's 20.
My best, first decent roll. All right.
Shit's about to get interesting. You see through the vents as you look up, Bosun Riggs' face is frozen in horror as he slowly gets enveloped in this black ooze, disappearing completely. And the ooze slips away.
No, my ship.
I scream.
What's going on? And I instantly run over. And I, assuming because you're
rolled
looking up, I
real
look up
high.
too. And because she's looking up, I look up instantly as well.
Give me a perception check.
That's fair, yeah. Oh, that's right. I don't have him on. That's the 13.
At the time that you look, all you see is some black ooze slipping away.
What was that? What'd you see?
Even for Crystal, she's a little rattled, but she will explain exactly what she saw.
Okay.
Oh,
And it's hard to
shit.
tell. She might even look a little upset.
All right, it's going to be okay. We just need to. Oh shit! All right. First things first. Let's get these items. They're important. We need to grab them, and then we need to either regroup or check that out because there's something up with that goo that you told us about earlier.
You see some gloves nearby, we'll just say, to move this along.
Okay.
You open up the hatch, and you see your dagger there, along with the note left by Rose.
No amulet?
Your dagger only.
Oh,
I
fuck.
grab
All right,
the note and look at it.
Yep.
The note says, in a very childish handwriting, "Fierce am I, decorated soldier of valor. Bring me an offering and find your treasure."
Here's my decorated soldier in valor. What was the rest?
"Fierce am I, decorated soldier of valor. Bring me an offering and find your treasure." I wasn't necessarily going to kick up the horror elements this soon, but with a 25.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, it is actually time, but
All right. Well, we've got one of the two done, but she left us a little bloody note. All right.
Okay, just calm down for a sec. Do you think that means
I'm
like
calm. I
there's-
want to make sure you're okay. Are you calm?
I'll be all right, I think.
Okay.
Like, I'm just wondering, like, if there's a note in one thing, do you think that there's none of the others here? Like, if this is what did you call this thing? It's what did you say it was?
It's called a scavenger hunt, and she did say this was the first clue, so. I suppose
Okay,
I
we
shouldn't be
got one. We got
surprised.
one thing, and we got another.
one.
I think we need to move along.
We do, but at the same time, we need to deal with that.
Yeah.
I think it just
that-
ate
that-
your admirer.
That's a whole different level of trouble. I think we gotta tell Agent Phalenx about this like right now. But okay, so we
Yes.
gotta go somewhere where we could get the other agents and get them together and explain what we got. And maybe they can help us solve this riddle thing. And we gotta tell Agent Phalenx. I think that's what we should do.
I think we
So
need
you
some more
guys-
eyes out on it. Agreed.
So you guys step out of the engine area, and as you're leaving the door and it shuts behind you, you see the lights start flickering, boom, and then they come back on, and there's sputtering sounds behind you in the engine room. You hear some hollering, and then some rushed steps start coming towards your area down the hall.
Quick, the tide. Is there anywhere to hide down here? Like, is the locker open? Can we stuff ourselves in a locker?
You can go back into that locker room and try to stuff yourselves in the locker. There's also the vents and the maintenance shaft. The maintenance shaft is below you. The vents are above you.
Oh,
The
I
vent
ain't going
is
to
where
the
you
vents
saw the
above.
creature.
I ain't going up above. Hell no. I don't even know if I want to go below either.
Just hold a minute, Elwyn. Like I'm supposed
It's
to
also the
kind of be
cargo room.
security, so I think I'm gonna try. Let's try and explain to these folks what happened before we try hiding.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of, when I was hamming it up earlier about coming down here on the engines, weirdly enough, I wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
So they turn the corner, rushing down. You have one moment you decide to stay there?
I decided to stay there.
Okay. So they see you and they say, stop right there. And then they notice Crystal and they go, Crystar, what's going on, Crystar? Who's this?
Okay, to kind of move this along, I am going to, and I'll look back and forth to Elwyn, but I think I will basically tell them everything.
Okay. Roll me
then
a
I'm also gonna
persuasion.
have a
And if Elwyn has a problem with this, I'm hoping she'll like give me a jab in the ribs or something.
Do you tell them about Rose hiding items, or do you just tell them about the creature? What do you tell them about your
I'm gonna
reason for
tell
being
them
down there?
I'm gonna tell. Well, okay, I'm gonna tell them.
I'll jab
that,
her in the ribs if she starts talking about items. I'll be like,
Okay, all right. Okay, so no.
Or actually, better yet, because I can see her, I just instantly mind link with her and I go, don't tell them about the items. I think the goo is much more important here.
Okay, so do you use the psychic story?
Yes.
That she felt something was wrong here?
Yes.
And then you told
Yes.
about the creature. Okay,
Yes.
give me a deception roll first. I am going to have you separate these rolls. Deception roll
Okay.
first.
I am so okay with this.
And this is from Crystal because she's doing all the talking.
Okay. Oh shit, so I'm not gonna roll? Fuck.
Nope.
Hopefully this helps you at least.
If you say something to assist her, then I'll consider
Well, that's what I was
help
mentioning before, is I
actions.
would keep with my psychic story and let them know that I had a vision that something was wrong here, and then Crystal was gonna
Okay,
explain
if you say
the
that, then Crystal, you can roll with advantage.
because I wanted to explain I'm
Okay.
a psychic, and that's why I'm here.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Bless you, child.
Okay, not very good at all.
Oh,
So, and that's deception?
Yeah, deception first.
Okay, so deception is a 9.
Okay. And roll me persuasion after.
At advantage?
Yes. No, this one is not at advantage because you are
we borked it. We borked it.
you're telling the truth about the monster.
15.
Okay, so they looks really suspiciously at Elwyn, and they get a little concerned about your story about the monster, but they don't seem to quite believe you fully. Well, we'll keep an extra search out for a stowaway or a creature.
I would start looking for bows and rigs.
Yeah, we'll start looking for him right away. Ma'am, you need to come with us, though. I need you to. I think the captain's going to want to have some words with you.
That's all right.
Kristar, why don't you head back up to the recreation hall, make sure everyone's okay there. We've got some engineers coming down to check things out. We'll go ahead and escort her to the captain's quarters for questioning.
All right, but she's a good person, you know, and I trust her.
And in your mind,
And
you'll
I
hear
will-
like it's gonna be okay. Just make sure you tell the others as soon as possible.
Okay, and I will do exactly what I'm told.
Okay. So they're gonna escort Elwyn up to the captain's quarters until he can have a word with her, and you go back to the recreation hall where things seem to have settled down.
I got
And-
arrested.
Yep. Should we take? Is it time for
Let's
another
probably
break?
take a
first
break
one.
now. Yeah, for the
Okay.
last hour.
So we'll go ahead and take our last break here. Think last break or second to
It's
last
our
break? I lose
last
track.
break. Yeah,
Last break here, and
it'd
we'll
be
be
hard to
back
squeeze in
shortly.
another one in an hour.
Stay tuned.
Show me loving. I need your loving. Cause I'm drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need your loving. Me, myself, ain't enough. It's like being a dog to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You got me sad along my heart. Are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Are you dreaming of me now? The way I do.
It's cute.
And we are back. Although I guess technically we don't need the map as of right now. Just go back to cabs. There we go.
So back in the recreation hall, as people are carousing and going around, some people have started leaving. Dimitri has left, along with a few of his kind of coterie, if you will, some of the people that have been hanging around him all evening. Mostly youths are also aboard the ship, presumably to retire to the after party. And in comes Crystal, kind of looking a little paler than usual.
Which takes some doing. Okay, so can I sort of go through what I would do?
Sure, yeah. Do you want to gather them up and
Okay, yeah.
you kind of do so like nonchalantly? Where do you want to tell them to meet you to discuss things?
Okay. Now I don't know if Elowen had shared that. I don't think we had an opportunity for her to have shared everything that was taken or some of
did.
that.
I did. When I was calling her off to the side, she asked what items were taken. I said the amulet that Wisteria wears, my special dagger, and the note off of Charlie.
No, you told Crystal, but you didn't tell the others.
Oh, no, I didn't. But Crystal could relay that information if she wanted to.
Yes, she
All
could.
right.
And I'm still cyclically linked to her.
But I
You
don't.
don't know.
Did you tell me that Rose knew we were all working together? Did you tell me that?
That I
don't
did
think
not. I said I did say she caught us together and took our items, but I didn't necessarily say that she knew that we all knew each other.
Okay, so because I don't know that this little girl knows that we're all agents working together or whatever connection we have, it wouldn't be. I would just suggest we meet in someone's private room because I wouldn't know any better.
Okay. So you suggest that.
Can I do something, just a little quick retcon thing, because things move along pretty fast?
Yeah, of course. If there's
Um,
anything, it just didn't sound like anyone had anything else they wanted to do in the recreation hall. But if there's anything you guys want to do before Crystal makes her appearance, there's a bit of time.
First question, to see if I even know to do this. Did I notice Agent Phalenx moving the ambassador out?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
That's probably not too hard to notice because you would have been kind of on more of an alert after the lights were flashing. And I imagine your mission being what it is, you would have looked for the position of the ambassador at that point. So then you would have noticed her escorting the ambassador out. I don't think that's a stretch to imagine you doing.
So what I would like to do is take that specific opportunity to try to see who was tracking her movement aside from our agents.
Okay, give me a perception check.
That's going to be a 17.
So you would notice that General Lev Garin is following her movements as she exits. And the Secretary of Defense, Novik Mastig, also follows her movement as she exits. Dexter Quinn, the reporter and investigator, seems to be taking note of it. I think those are the most important. Those who are closest to her as she passes obviously kind of glance her way, but don't seem to be like making a noted look, like tracking her.
Yeah, I'm looking specifically for people maintaining tracking of her.
Yeah, for more of a significant, more than just a glance, it would be those three.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Thank you.
So at that point, Crystal comes in, kind of calms herself for a moment, takes a moment to kind of go to each of you nonchalantly, kind kind of dropping you a message to meet in one of your cabins to
Tabletop
kind of
Titties, thank you so much for that raid.
Oh my god, that name.
I love
it. I love everything about it.
Yes, I'm here for that.
I'm here for it.
Ooh.
I'm
God,
here
the
for
raid
Tabletop
names we've been
Titties.
getting have just been like amazing.
Welcome,
Wow.
Raiders, to our steampunk themed D&D game.
Oh my god, I love that. I love that.
Yes.
Right? Sorry to interrupt, just wanted to acknowledge.
It's so
No,
great.
that needs acknowledgement.
It does, yeah. So you
Always
all,
good love.
you all go ahead and leave the recreation hall. You leave I'm in the totally wrong sound set for this as well. I'll go back to the at the bar sound set for a moment. So the recreation hall is starting to die down at this point anyway. Again, most of the younger people have left for the VIP after party at Dimitri's suite, and the ambassador has left, and so it's mostly just the older folk there. A lot of gamblers. There's the gamblers are going hot and heavy with raising those stakes. So the tables are hot. The bar is still fairly popular, but most of the young people have kind of exited. So your exit, as you guys kind of like trickle out, doesn't really bat an eye, it seems, from most people, as most of you appear to be of younger crowd or just are heading out. So you go and you meet up in one of your cabins. It doesn't matter really whose, minus Elwyn, who has been taken up to the captain's quarters, which will return to her shortly. But all of you are now in the same room, ready to regroup. I'm going to change the music set again over to this one. Sorry if it's a little louder, Zorro. Might have to adjust.
It's all
People in
good, I'm
chat,
on it.
please let us know after she adjusts it if it's still too loud or too quiet, or if our voices get too quiet or our voices get too loud. Again, we don't really know. Still help us. Let us know. Okay. What do you guys
So
want
is
to share?
there a reason you brought us all together?
Yeah, we got a bit of a problem, folks. Okay, so first off, Ellen came to me and she said that our little friend Rose had taken some of our belongings, an amulet and a dagger and the note, and she wanted to play something called a scavenger hunt, and we kind of figured out that we needed to go to the engine room, so we went all down there, and she cast a spell so she could find them, and she pointed out where it was, and I went over to get it, and looked up, because I know Rose is fond of them vents, and I looked up, and it was horrible. Bosun Riggs was standing there looking down at us, and then the next thing I knew, that black goo like just completely engulfed him, and he was gone, and he's gone, and then we got the dagger, and we got and Elwyn got another note with another clue, and then the lights went out, and then the lights came back up, and then just as we were going out, we could hear a bunch of footsteps, and I convinced Elwyn that I belonged to be down there, so we didn't hide, and we told them what had happened, except we left out the part about Rose taking the stuff and our items, and we focused on the goo, but I don't know.
Crystal.
Wait, where's Elwyn?
They took her to be questioned by the captain, so she's gone to the captain's quarters.
More importantly, what is the next clue?
Let me think. No, are you gonna give it to me, or do I have to roll?
No, it's fine.
Okay, I think it was something like fierce am I, warrior. No. Fierce am I, decorated soldier of valor. Bring me an offering, and I think you get your reward. You get something. So I think you get an item back.
Because I'm still psychically linked to her, and I just figured it out, could I actually tell her my suggestion and see if that works?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I was just like, damn it.
Element's voice all of a sudden
I-
burst into your head.
Elowen, okay, what do
What
you
did she
think?
say?
Crystal,
What'd she say?
I think I figured out the clue. I've had some time to think since I'm being escorted away, but so my first thought was the retired general, Novik, but the thing that didn't make sense was bring it to an offering. Why not bring a doggy treat to his little pet? I'm sure it's around the dachshund.
Okay, so
I'm sure you've got
what,
a nice little treat for it.
what she's saying is she thinks this soldier is the general, and she thinks that the offering we got to take would be a treat for the little general, that little dog.
Cool.
And anybody got a dog treat? I
Just bring it French fries. It's fine.
I'm just kind of beside myself about the bosun. I feel really bad because, like, I kind of talked him into taking us there, and it's kind of on me that he was there. I gotta pull myself together. I'm so sorry.
Have a seat, drink some water, and he'll kind of point over to like a water jug.
Unfortunately, you are right where we do have to pull ourselves together, but there will be time to grieve later. Do not set that aside for too long. But I have to go help Elowen.
I think the rest of us could figure out how to get to the general.
Okay, we gotta be a bit careful though, because like I shouldn't probably be blabbing what happened to Elowen. So
Easy. That
maybe
part-
we wanna.
It's fine. My entire thing is around being a airheaded person. I can quite easily get lost and bump into the envoy taking her back to the captain's quarters.
That'd be perfect. Okay,
Ooh,
all right.
the lights start flickering again. They go out. One of them bursts. You're left in darkness.
Crystal,
And
I
then the
didn't hear
lights
back
come
from
back
you.
on.
Did you hear what I said?
And I'm going to go start heading towards where the route I think they'd take to get to the captain's quarters.
Okay. Some people are a little startled by the lights again. You see some activity. You hear a dog barking down the hall.
Charles will actually.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Charles will actually go out and we'll go to the dinner hall and try and find something scrumptious for a little dog.
Okay. You gonna go all the way to the dinner hall?
Yes.
Okay.
He's gonna act like he's missing something.
On
but
the path, you do see the dog, and he's off his leash. The leash is on him, but his master's not there, and he's barking into the maintenance shaft. So before you even get to the recreation hall, that's what you stumble upon. There's a few people that kind of pass and look at the dog curiously, but keep going.
He'll actually stop and kneel next to the dog.
And the dog starts whining and pawing at the grate and whining.
We'll just kind of put a hand up and start petting, and we'll actually search for something on the dog.
Okay, you find on his collar, he has a little note. And you also see the amulet wrapped up. And so you find the note, the burned, charred note, wrapped around his collar, and you see the amulet wrapped around his collar.
He'll just scoop up the puppy.
And he kind of fights and whines and sniffs at the grate and whines at you and looks at you and looks at the grate.
Yeah, like he hasn't moved away from the grate just yet, but it's like.
So, how far away is this from where Kieran is?
Not far from where you guys are at. It's just slightly down the hall from your rooms.
So Kieran has Eyes of Night, so she has dark vision up to 300 feet.
Okay, so you can see in heat vision.
Well, it's dark vision, so basically it's grayscale.
Oh, okay. So you have really good dark vision.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically everything is like CCTV to me.
Okay.
So it's like I can see everything, but I can't see color.
Okay.
So,
So you gonna go over there and look in the grate?
She is going to try and calm the dog down, and she's gonna look at the grate. So I don't want to cheese this, but if whatever is in the grate is dark, because my vision's technically grayscale, like I can't, like something that's dark against dark, I can't see. It's technically invisible.
Okay.
But she's gonna see if she sees anything there, and if she doesn't see anything, she's going to hold on to her. Well, she's gonna look around because I'm hoping it's still pitch black.
The lights have come back on.
Oh, okay.
They flickered off. It was off for about like 10 seconds, and then it came back on.
Okay, I thought we were still in darkness.
No.
So then she'll look into the grate and see if
it
she
is,
sees
however,
anything.
I will note that the lights have gotten slightly dimmer with each blackout moment.
Okay.
Is there actually any sample of goo around us?
Yeah.
Give me an investigation. And give me a perception, Kieran.
Okay.
Am I with them, or did I sort of stay behind?
That's up to you.
I think I would have come with them.
Then you're with them.
21.
This would be 18 investigation.
Okay. You look around, you don't see any signs of goo. You do see some, like a torn bit of fabric.
They'll grab it and hope that there's probably some residue on it and put it into the stopper
Okay.
that he got from the doctor. Hopefully there's something we can get from this damn monster.
And Kieran, what was your perception?
21.
21. You see there's something shiny down the shaft a ways, but you can't quite, like, it's just kind of flickering and it makes a slightly different brightness in your vision. And you've come to associate that with metal things that are reflecting off slight light.
So, and it's in the grate, right?
It's yeah, you're kind of looking, you see it when you look at an angle, so it's inside and down a ways. Probably about 10 feet away from the opening.
10 feet. So can the grate be opened?
Yes.
So she opens the grate and she's gonna look at the puppy, and then she's gonna like point towards the shining light. And I mean, it's a general's dog, so she thinks maybe he's taught it a couple tricks. So she's gonna say fetch and point at the shining like bit of metal thing.
Roll an animal handling.
Okay.
Didn't think I would have anyone roll that in this campaign.
Yeah. Doggy treat people.
That's a 13.
A 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he kind of yips and starts snuffling as you place him inside the grate, and he starts snuffling and kind of moves in there, and I'm gonna make a roll.
You just killed the fucking
Don't get-
dog. You
don't
just
get
killed the fucking dog.
would I
Don't
be
get
able to
eaten
come-
by the goo.
Would I be able to interject here?
If you want, he's placing the dog into the grate.
She, in her defense, she has a 9 intelligence.
Kill you on that
hold
one.
Didn't we even
Dude.
grab the fucking amulet off the dog first, at least? Jesus.
I did. I
Okay.
got that and the note.
Smart.
Jesus.
So what do you want to do, Dr. E? The dog's about to go.
Do hold on to the animal. I think I might be able to help here. And he's gonna lean down.
She grabs it. She grabs the dog and she pets it. She tries to keep it like calm.
He's gonna lean down and say, come now, Ramiel. Time to go fetch. And he takes his mask off and he puts it down in the pipe. These little legs spread out and start crawling down the pipe.
What the fuck?
Spider!
Wait.
The fuck?
Is this the
And
first
I
time we've
send
seen
my
your...
homunculus servant down the pipe to fetch.
Thank you! Thank
Is a
you!
fucking homunculus.
Thank you so much for not sacrificing dog.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I was
That's
worried for...
amazing.
I was like,
Oh,
no.
wow.
Oh
Like,
no.
this dog's about to get ate!
For those of you that
Just save your
can
dog.
see, Dr. E has some scarring on his face, and his eyes are quite milky white. It definitely looks like chemical burns across his face, and even some on his neck and head and whatnot. But this plague doctor's gas mask, it just skitters on down the pipe to retrieve whatever the shiny thing is.
So when you take the mask off and it skitters down the pipe, first off, she looks at the mask and she's like, ew. And then she looks at you and she goes, who'd you piss off?
Oh, and he's kind of got this like 1,000-yard stare. He's like, it's quite a long story.
Plenty of time for later. So, what does this message say? And he'll just kind of walk back into the room with the rest of the group.
Animal sacrifice, no
So
dog
the message
sacrifice.
is the same note that you guys found earlier, the burned note with the runic that you need to find the cipher for. But the metal that your mask recovers is, you recognize it as one of the metals that Rufus's master wears. So Novik Mestig,
Oh no!
the general, or the retired general, the Secretary of Defense, one of his medals.
I liked him.
Oh no, I liked him too! Everyone that's dying I liked.
Yeah. Why can't you off the people we don't like?
Go off to
Yeah.
victory!
Yeah.
That's no fun. There's no sense of urgency if you have no attachment to the people.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna eat them.
So as soon as the mask comes back, he picks it up and cradles it and resets it on his face.
Okay. And I'm going to take a moment to go back to Elowen. Elowen, you are left alone in the captain's quarters as you did have a guard in the room with you, but as the lights flickered again, they got worried and he exited, leaving only the guard outside of the room. You were left alone in his quarters.
Is my detect magic still up? This is the last 10 minutes?
It only lasts 10 minutes?
It
No.
lasts 10 minutes? No?
No, definitely not.
You know, just for shits and giggles, I'll use it again. Now that I have my dagger, I'm going to use my dagger for detect magic.
Using your dagger?
As I like grasp the hilt, as I strapped it back on my thigh, and activate the detect magic.
Okay. Roll. Let's see. Roll a percentile die for me.
Okay. 61.
51?
61.
61. Okay. So you have detect magic up and you kind of scan the room and you don't find anything magic in the room.
Since nothing gives off a ping, I'm gonna do a little bit of snooping.
Roll investigation.
Just to see. That's pretty decent. I can't count. 16.
You find a lot of drawings that Rose has done that are pretty cute. She's drawn Rufus. She's drawn kind of caricature stick figure versions of a lot of the different guests. You see stick figure versions of your crew as well. And each one of them has Rose like somewhere in the picture. with you guys. She has a big heart on let's see, who would she be attached to the most? I think Kieran, because she's a princess, so she has a big heart around the princess. And she also has drawn like a little master plan of her scavenger hunt, so you can see her kind of planning out where she was going to hide things, and you can see that there was some other locations that she scratched out, and then there's like ideas for second games and things like that. In his kind of more of his items and stuff, you see letters that he's written to what seems like possibly her mother, but you can tell the letters are, when you're reading them, they're pretty sad. Like he doesn't know where she is, and so he's just kind of writing to just express himself. Like she's not there. They're not really, they don't have like a send to address, and so you get the idea that she's missing. You also find a ledger that lists every single passenger and what rooms they're staying in.
Ooh, I would, if it's at all possible. Is there any blank parchment around?
Yep.
And some charcoal
that he writes
or
his
pencil?
letters with.
Awesome. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to find some sort of like charcoal, or actually I may have some charcoal actually.
He has ink right there on the desk if you want to just use his quill.
No, because I have something else in mind. I do have charcoal. Okay. So I want to do a rubbing of it, just so it's so much quicker of the rooms and everything.
Roll dexterity to see, because it's kind of like hard to do that for just handwriting.
Okay.
Because he doesn't exactly dig into the pages.
Right. Just a straight dex?
Yeah.
Another 16.
Okay, I'd say that's enough. You have a light enough hand with the charcoal that you don't smudge it too much. Just getting the imprints of the ledger, and so you have that tucked away.
Okay.
And you hear a voice outside, and it sounds like you kind of, do you want to listen in at the door to see what they're saying?
I do.
Okay.
So I'll get a little bit closer. Not obviously up against the door in case someone happens to come in, but close enough to where I can hear everything.
Okay. And they're not really trying to hide it, so if you're getting to the door, you'll be able to hear them say it, but it's clear that the guards are having a hard time finding the captain. He's missing.
Okay.
And so they're kind of putting things on a bit of an alert, and they're saying like, they're talking about possibly, having the guests go back to their rooms, but they seem to be kind of conflicted about it without orders. So they talk about finding the second officer or first officer for orders, so they go off to find them. And the guard who's at your door just kind of takes his position back.
First officer is Kelvin. Okay. First things first, when she was going through all of the papers and stuff, did she find anything that resembled the cipher that we had? Any of those symbols or anything?
Nothing that resembled the cipher in the captain's quarters.
Okay. Just to help out, because I know there's some urgency, like people are going missing. Does the drawing or the writing happen to reveal where the third item is stowed away?
You found all three of them already.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, I found the last two on the dog.
The last two were on the dog.
Oh, I thought it was a note to the next location.
That's what I thought too, but
Okay.
then she corrected me.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah,
Never mind.
DM knowledge, there was a third location, but for time I had to cut it. So.
Got it. Okay. Okay. So she's gonna go ahead. Is there an easy way to kind of talk to them through, like, is there a window or like some bars I can kind of talk through to
Yeah,
the
you
guard?
can just knock on the door and they'll open it.
Okay, so I'll just
They just want to
knock.
hold you for questioning. They're not trying to treat you like a total prisoner.
I did nothing wrong, Kappa. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll knock to get their attention.
Okay, he opens the door. Oh, yeah? Did you need something? I can have someone bring some water over to you.
Oh, no, but thank you very much. I've just got a really bad feeling, and whether you believe in my ability or not, I just feel like something bad's happening, and I just feel like my services can really be used, especially for the ambassador. If she's in danger, it's on me not to warn her.
Oh, you're one of the ambassador's people?
I am. But
Okay.
your suspicion of me is totally justified. I do not fault you for that, but because of my gift, I have a really bad feeling about what's happening here, and if more people are going missing, which I couldn't help but overhear about the captain's situation, I would really like to help any way I can.
I don't know. Roll persuasion.
I can do this! Built my
Come
character
on.
for speaking! I built her for speaking. Okay. Dirty 20!
What was it?
Dirty 20. Sorry, I got excited.
30-20. Okay. He looks a little like, I don't know, and he kind of looks around. Well, it's not like you can go anywhere far.
It's true.
All right, just promise you'll come back to answer our questions later.
Of course.
If you're one of the ambassador's people, you're one of the ambassador's people. I am going to clear it, though. I'm going to ask about you, and if they say that you're not one of theirs...
Oh, of course.
All right.
I completely understand.
What was
Thank
your
you.
name again?
My name is Elwyn Plainsgrove.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, see what you can do then. Be careful.
You as well. Please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And she will try to go off to meet with everybody from where she last knew they were.
I'm guessing
Okay.
at some point you run into Wisteria that was heading your way.
Yeah, you guys
Oh,
meet
yeah.
up in the hall.
Oh, Wisteria, what's going on?
So glad you made it out there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were just suspicious. Nothing too serious.
Just worried me.
I'm sorry. I would tell you I was all right if I could see you. Unfortunately, my power's limited.
Understandable. They were going to go search for the dog.
Oh,
Do you want
good.
to try and meet up with them?
Perfect. It might be getting worse. I don't know if I'm pretty sure Crystal told you about the goo, but
She was quite distraught though, so we didn't quite get all the details.
yeah, I didn't see as much as she did, but what she told me sounded pretty spooky. So I don't know if more people are going missing, but they can't find the captain now either. I don't know if
Oh,
he's
no.
another victim.
It's not good.
Yeah, more people are missing. It
We're
sounds
kind of
like
walking and chatting,
walking and
probably.
talking. Yeah.
God, I forgot her name.
Agent Phalenx.
No, the
Nope.
lady that was with Dimitri.
Oh,
Raid
Raid 2.
Ray2 didn't come to dinner. I don't know if you noticed that. She arrived quite
Oh.
late and was quite hurried and kind of pleased with herself when she went to talk to Dimitri. And I swear to God, she's faking her accent, but when she talked about her tribe, she seemed genuine. So I'm not sure what's happening there.
Well, no, I must have left before she got there, but if I can see her, I could definitely try poking around her mind a little bit and get some more answers. If she may be
Well-
behind this, I don't know.
As you
You
guys
did-
are walking down the hall, you hear a glass break. And then some giggling and laughing as a couple makes their way over to a room on the other end of the ship.
Do I recognize the couple at all? Or they're just some random couple?
There's a young couple, and you know the direction they're heading is towards where, Dimitri's VIP suite is at the stern of the ship.
Dimitri did say that his party was welcome to anyone who looked nice, so we
Okay,
could swing by there on our way back to the group and see if you can lay eyes on her.
if she's in there,
She's apparently coming in and out of his quarters all at odd hours. So.
I think you and I should go in there and see if she's behind all this, because I need to be in there to see what's going on in her mind.
Can you still message Crystal?
No, it's been too long. The link has been severed.
Okay. Well, let's just stop by there and then head back.
All right, sounds good. And we'll keep walking.
Or head towards Dimitri's.
While keeping my eyes out because of that goose coming back, I'm looking bed down and up at the vents, being like, "Where the
I'd say you
fuck
guys
is this?"
would run into them in the hall after everything with the dog and the mask and getting all that stuff happens. So you see they've got the dog.
So I'd collect my amulet and then let them know that they where we're heading.
Yeah, people are going missing, so
Right.
we need to figure out if this Ray2 woman is behind it or someone else entirely, but she's
Maybe
the only
you
other
guys-
lead we have.
If you guys can figure out where she's staying, maybe you can search her rooms while we're at the party trying to find her.
I pull out my sketch.
All right, what
Where's
do you
this
want to look
bitch?
for?
I'm looking for Ray2's room.
You find it.
What room? And is it
It's
next
3
to
rooms
Dimitri's?
down from the VIP suite where Dimitri's staying.
I don't know, Wisteria, I know you can do this, but I don't know if someone else wants to do this in the meantime, but do you want to go searching her room? Her room's right here if you want to go check it out.
You're all
Right.
together right now, so you all hear this.
I
anyone
do
else have-
have my thieves' tools on me. And
Perfect.
We will begin thieving.
If you go there, we'll go to the party and we'll just think we should stick at
Keep
least in
them-
groups of 2s right now. No
Mhm.
one alone.
Please keep them busy. This might
Of
take a
course.
minute for me.
In the meantime, was there any residue on the metal, on anything that we found from the pipe, near the pipe?
Not to your naked eye.
Okay.
What about the Humunculus' naked eye? Does
So-
it have a naked eye?
Which
Is it naked?
Which ability
Focus.
would
Oh.
thieves' tool work with? That dexterity?
It's
Usually it's
your
dex.
dex plus proficiency.
Only
17.
proficient.
So hold on. I need to know who's going to the party, who's heading over to Ray2's.
Party.
Oh.
Karen, will you come with us as well?
Ray 2s.
Ray2's.
Great.
Okay.
So
So
3.
Charlie, Crystal, and Dr. E are going to Ray2's, and then the other 3 are going to the party?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to party crew first.
Okay.
So you approach and there is a large bugbear at the door, and he's got like this funny little bow tie. And he's pretty gruff, and he looks you guys over, and then he gives you each a wink, and kind of does this weird purr sound, and opens the door wide.
Getting back into character, Wisteria will wink back and just kind of give him a toodles. As she goes in.
Have a good night, ladies.
Always.
Thank you, love.
I can't do deep voices, so picture a really deep voice.
Good voice. Bugbear. Bugbear voice. Sound like we're just a bunch of drunk orcs.
So you walk in, and this is let me go to a different sound set for this. I'm gonna go back to the at the bar sound set.
That works.
This is a very different scene, however. You see there are ladies with much shorter dresses showing off their garters and fishnets. There's some that are wearing just, like kind of lingerie and corsets. And they've got they've got like fans in their hands. There's 2 ladies that are making out in the corner. There's alcohol everywhere. There's a lot of debauchery basically going on.
Quick scan of the room. Do we see God, why keep
Ray2.
forgetting her name?
Ray
Ray
2.
2.
I was gonna say the same
Ray2.
thing.
You do not. At first.
Oh.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, actually, I don't know what she looks like, so no, never mind.
Karen is like silently just saying prayers.
Bless me, mother, for I am not going to sin.
she's like, oh my goodness. I mean, which is kind of funny because Saloon is like there's some overlap to like
She's a little
Rusty.
chaotic.
Yeah. But she's like oh my god.
Oh my saloon.
And seeing the scene with Sherry would also drop the long portion of her skirt and like try and stash it somewhere where she can pick it up later.
Got it.
It's actually a good idea. I might do that too. Show off some leg.
Yeah, Kieran is
Show
not
off your
doing it.
pants.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've got some thigh-high boots on, bitch. That's always sexy, even with pants.
So at first you don't see her, and so you guys kind of start meandering throughout the party. You also don't see Dimitri. And this room is like, there's this it's a big room. It's got its own little bar. And there's lots of couches and lounge areas. Sorry, my nose is going crazy right now. And there's a door and a slight back area where the bedroom specifically is. And Ray 2 walks out.
Somewhere.
Does she look
Kind of-
disheveled?
She looks pretty much the same. She hasn't changed or anything.
So Mark pointed her out to Elwyn without being like obvious about it. Try to sneakily be like, "Hey, that's her over there."
Oh, that's her. All right. Do you want to strike up a conversation with her and I can read her thoughts?
Yeah, I will. So I'll go over to Ray 2. I'll be like, "Oh, hello again. Wasn't sure if I'd see you here."
Oh, hello. I was convinced to attend.
Well, I'm happy to see you. You know, I was sad that our conversation got cut so short that you had to leave so soon from that party. I was hoping to run into you again earlier tonight.
Why would that be?
She leans in real close. She goes, "Because I think you're very pretty."
Detect thoughts.
Give me a deception check.
Detecting thoughts.
I mean, she's not necessarily lying.
I feel like the context still.
16.
Okay. She kind of quirks a small smile, and then kind of bows her head and goes,
I apologize. I am taken.
Oh, I was unaware of that. That's too bad. Are you having a good time, though?
This is not really my thing.
She's gonna look around the crowd and be like, "This is definitely an unusual after party. Most of my scene does not quite end up quite like this."
Usually, there is a bonfire where I.
That sounds interesting.
Hmm.
Tell me more about it. Never heard of that type of party.
Well, everybody, we wear our tribal gear and we dance around the fire and sing songs of the ancestors. And smoke
That's-
makes the stars very bright.
And I've detected magic at this point.
Magic or thoughts?
detecting
sorry.
magic.
Sorry.
Okay.
Detect thoughts. So
So surface thoughts?
it's surface thoughts first. I want to hear what her surface thoughts are first before I probe deeper, and that's when she'll have to make a save. But I want to hear the thoughts first.
Okay. So surface thoughts, she's thinking, when is this girl going to leave me alone?
So it's in the same accent almost. Almost.
It
Or
sounds
sounds
more like Dimitri's accent.
Oh, okay. Bitch, I knew it. Never trust a girl with that kind of accent. Okay. So so her surface thoughts right now is just, she's annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I need to find Roz right now. When is she? Oh my god, these parties. I told Dimitri this was a bad idea.
Roz. Who the fuck is Roz? Do we have that? Hold on. Looking through my notes. There is no one here named Roz on my notes. Okay. I will go ahead and probe deeper.
Okay, what's that?
So,
involved?
when you probe deeper, target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, such as emotional state, something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. Let me see what the DC is on that.
Can you post it in the Roll20 too, just so I
Should be
can?
your spell save DC.
Yes. Well, I know it's my spell save DC, but
I can pull it up actually on your character sheet. I'll just do that.
There we go. I put it up in
Oh, you did?
Roll20.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's like halfway down.
Okay, so it's a wisdom save.
Yes.
Okay, what's the DC?
14.
Okay, she passes.
Fuck.
And so when it fails, what happens when it fails?
Nothing.
If it,
The spell just ends.
okay, does she know? I feel like there's something about. Let's see.
A target knows that its mind was being probed,
Okay.
but I'm not near her. I'm purposely not being close to her so she doesn't know I'm doing it. So I stayed
Yeah.
back. That's why I'm like, go talk to her. Go over
So
there.
she kind of does this, like,
Meantime, Mysterious just keeping up mundane topics, just trying to get her to engage in conversation.
I am sorry. I need to check on something.
Oh, of course. Have a
Enjoy.
good evening.
You too.
And then
and she
sorry.
goes back into the bedroom.
And still without looking at Raytu's direction, Wisteria hears in her mind, yeah, that's not her real accent. She's lying.
No, wait.
She's looking for someone named Roz. And by the way, her accent sounds strangely close to that little playboy.
She'll think back. I wonder if they were setting this whole thing up during dinner. He made an appearance. She set everything up.
I mean, it's entirely true. They could be... I mean, if you want to try to seduce him, I could try doing the same thing on him. Getting deeper into his thoughts. I feel like he's too dumb. Unless that's just a facade as well.
It could be. You never know with the rich types.
I hate to keep having you seduce and talk people like you're some sort of object, but I feel like you're our best bet right now since he seems to have a liking to you.
Yeah, I did notice marrying Kieran too. Might be a little odd if I jumped from her to him.
That's true. Maybe wait a few moments, and then maybe approach him.
Make my way over to the bar to see what their drink samples are. Don't know if she trusts anything in this room right now.
Yeah.
That's so fair, yeah.
Like,
So she might just pull out her own flask and drink her own stuff in a cup.
I would be terrified to blacklight this room right now.
Sleight of hand, her own drink into the cup.
Yeah.
Kieran, a drunk aristocrat approaches you, and he kind of holds out his hand. Milady, would you care for a drink? I mean, dance or a drink, either.
Is
Drink
is
dancing.
Is he holding out his hand to dance, or is he
Yes.
holding out? Okay. Like, how is he dressed?
He's pretty fancy. He's in a tailcoat. He has cufflinks that are shining gold, and he has a fine top hat. He's young,
Now, the
pretty chiseled jaw.
The conversation, the conversation that Wisteria and Elwyn were having, was that just in their head with the psychic link, or?
Yeah, that's my psychic link to her. But it's like it's unlimited. I can easily shift to people. It's just the time limit and the distance is limited. So
Okay, so I just want to make sure I didn't hear the whole thing about looking for rocks.
no, that's just between me and Wisteria.
All right. Just need to make sure.
Although you guys can try to relay that to her before that guy comes over if you think you would have. She was still nearby.
I mean, if there was an opportunity for me to bump into her and pass the information on the way to the bar, Wisteria would have, unless Elwyn had a better idea.
I was gonna say, like, just because Elwyn's kind of being a wallflower on purpose, kind of like staying on the outskirts, but trying to look like she's blending in with some sort of crowd, so she doesn't look so suspicious. So she probably would switch, as long as she has line of sight of you guys, she would switch between the two and give information, as well as ask Kieran if she found anything, any information.
you cast that as a cantrip?
No, it's my aberrant mind ability.
Oh, okay.
It's
And you don't have a limited number on
there's
that. You
no
just do it-
limited number.
Cool.
It's just limited to, so I can only do it for 4 minutes because it's your charisma modifier.
Got it.
And it's once I see you within 30 feet, we are psychically linked for those 4 minutes up to like 5
It's fine.
miles, something crazy.
It's fine. All right.
So,
So
yeah.
let's say that you have that information relayed to you.
Alrighty, so then because none of us know this Roz guy, or girl, we don't know. Could be like Rosalind or something. I don't know.
Did you accept his dance?
Yeah, she'll accept his dance. Only because she needs to get info, and he's drunk, so drunk people have loose lips.
So he pulls you in a little bit more closely than would be normally comfortable, but holds
And-
your hand in like a waltz position and kind of stumbly starts dancing with you.
And she's going to correct the dance, space, like my dance space, your
Got it.
dance space.
And he adjusts. He adjusts and kind of apologizes. He's like, sorry, right, you're a princess. I forgot. Is this better?
Oh, thank you. And then she's
Of course.
and then she's like, she's like, oh, I'm not making like a big deal about being a princess, am I? Like, a lot of people know I'm a princess already.
Well, I mean, you're at this party, so I kind of assumed you were a bit more. But if you want to be more proper, I totally get it. I'm sorry. He just kind of indicates all the debauchery happening as an apology for why he got a little forward with you.
He's like, I thought it was just like, a party for like, rich monkey mucks. Daddy said I need to make contacts so we can like, expand our fortune and like, glory to the empire, blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
So this is like
drinking.
your first after party.
I've been to some balls and like, this isn't anything like we have at the castle.
Oh, sounds like your castle's a bit boring, princess. It's a good thing you're out here with us. And he kind of drunkenly tries to do a little twirl and dip, almost dropping you.
Oh God, I have no dex bonus. Please don't drop me. And she's gonna go, I'm so rude, and she, properly introduces herself, and she goes, and you are?
Oh, I'm Vincent, Lord Vincent Lancaster. It's made it. I think I took it from Game of Thrones. I'm not sure. First lordly name that pops into my head. That's okay. It's in there now. Canon.
That works. It's canon now. And then she's gonna go like, what brings you to the party? I mean,
Well, my family we've got some tobacco farms, and so up on the island, so I'm going to check it out. Make sure our investments are going well.
Ew. I don't think we grow tobacco.
I mean, we've got some pretty nice crop, but if it's not your thing, it's understandable. We've got some vineyards back home, and
I know Daddy likes these things called cigars. They're really smelly.
oh yeah, we make plenty of those. Import them all the time. I cook your dad out.
But yeah, I mean, we are like a trade, thing. I don't know about the family business. My brothers handle all that nonsense.
So do you want a drink?
I'm not thirsty. Like, I'm just trying to get to know everybody. Like, I keep hearing people talk about someone like called Roz or Raz or something. Is he?
Oh, Roz? Yeah, he's right outside. He's the bouncer.
Oh, the bugbear?
Yeah, big guy.
Well, that's weird. It's like, is he like, like, why is everybody talking about him like he's like, one of us?
I don't know anybody talking about Roz. Why would anyone talk about Roz?
There's just some people gossiping. His name came up a few times.
Just why don't you tell them that it's because he's such a burly, handsome bugbear.
He's such a brilliant.
We don't want to make it so obvious. Just
like-
mention that. Some drunk chicks talking about a sexy bugbear, and they're curious on what it's like to be with one.
Hey, you got real quiet, sweetie. What's wrong?
It's like, oh no, I'm just trying to think about like what I heard. Oh, I know what it was. There were some like girls over in that corner over there, and they were like, wondering what it'd be like to be with a bugbear. That's why they were talking about.
Oh,
Roz.
kinky. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I don't know what that's far be
Good
it from
job.
me to shame, but well, yeah. I mean, Roz is Roz. He works the crew here on the ship. I heard, Dimitri hires him to bounce for his party nights or whatever. I guess for this trip is what I heard, which is why he's outside. But I mean, he just works the crew normally. Because he's off shift working some extra hours under Dimitri right now.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. Well, I'm glad I got that straightened out. I didn't want anyone thinking, oof.
Yeah, I think he works like cargo or whatever. So maybe if she's into, maybe he'll take her to see the cargo room. I don't know. And tell your friend good luck, I guess. And also be careful.
Is it dangerous to be with the bugbear?
I imagine so.
Oof. Okay, I'll warn her. Maybe when she sobers up, she'll think
Yeah.
a little bit more. Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, bugbears are super polite or will ask for consent. So that'd probably be wise. Sober your friend up first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And she, she bows. She thanks him for the dance.
Right. Well, enjoy yourself, princess.
And she's like, I'm gonna hold you to those cigar thingies for my daddy.
I'll be in contact. He does an elaborate bow and then stumbles away.
And she curtsies and, she, takes out her fan and she's just like, lisping. And just, do we still have the psychic link?
Yeah, we're probably at the tail end of it.
Alrighty.
But when she's done, she'd probably reset it up and go back and forth between you two still.
Yeah. She would go, like that Roz guy, apparently he's the bouncer, the bugbear. And he, he works the cargo room for Vincent.
Oh, really? It might be where that creature's coming from. Maybe it got loose in there.
The lights flicker again. Ooh.
Shit.
Some of the lights break. You're left in darkness for 10 seconds. 15 seconds.
I look over at everyone to make sure I see everyone where they should be.
I'm watching too.
I'm watching the room.
Dark Vision crew!
Okay, Dark Vision crew. You would catch then. Everyone's kind of like huddled down, freezing in place. But you see the door to the bedroom opens. Ray2 leaves and goes out the door.
The front door.
Mm-hmm. Making her
Ooh.
way through the crowd. In that moment of darkness.
I am going to, if I still have the psychic link, relay that to Elowen. And be like, Rachel just left.
The lights come back on. And we're going to go over to the other crew real quick. I know we're running over. I just need another couple of minutes if that's okay, so I can end it on a good note.
I'm good.
So,
Not
you
okay.
get to Ray2's. You are outside Ray2's room. Luckily, it's sort of around a blind corner, so even though you can hear sounds of people entering the party, and the door opening and closing, and kind of this muffled sounds of music and stuff in the background, it seems to be fairly empty in this hall. So whoever is going to do the lockpicking check or whatever checks you're going to do to the door, let me know what you're going to do.
I rolled this way back, but if you want me to re-roll, I'll do it.
You can use your existing roll if you still know it. That's fine.
Okay. 17.
Okay, and what are you doing?
I am using my lockpick set to actually gain access into the room.
Okay. So it takes a little bit and you have to struggle with it, but Eventually, click, click, it opens.
Just kind of open the door, kind of usher Chris and Rathir in.
Okay,
real
who steps
quickly.
in first?
I guess me.
Okay. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. Dexterity saving throw, that is a 16. 14 plus 2.
16?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you'll take half of this.
Oh.
You take 6 points of piercing damage as you step on a pressure plate underneath a carpet or into a rug, and it pierces up into your foot through your boot.
Booby trapped. And we'll just kind of move with his cane forward.
Give me a stealth check, or let me see. How about a Constitution saving throw to see if you can keep your scream of pain quiet? How much control you have over your body.
Okay, that's actually pretty good, considering my con is a +0. That's a 18 on the die.
Okay. And
Got
can I
luck
get
on that
stealth
one.
checks from everybody in general, please?
This might suck.
But that's good. You do muffle your sound. You kind of bite your tongue and grit your teeth.
I got a 14.
Okay.
17. Can you
Okay.
hear me okay? I'm getting some odd messages about my system on my...
Oh, I'm hearing you fine right now.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah, you're good.
11.
Okay. So, you enter the room. That happens. What do you want to do?
I just kind of warn the others silently, like, we'll be trapped. Keeping what's about you. Ow.
I'm going to pull out my drow scope.
Okay. So you scan over the room. There appears to be, well, let's see, perception check for me. And I'll keep in mind that you are using infrared. That lowers the DC significantly to find people or any warmth.
Whilst he's doing that, I would like
Oh,
to investigate for
wow.
further traps.
We don't have any kind of inspiration points or anything, do we?
Yeah, you all.
No
I think
one's
you
a
all
bard.
Didn't you all start with an inspiration dice that I gave you? Did I
Oh
not?
no.
Not that I remember.
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay, I didn't do that for this game. Never mind. I'm not gonna retcon that because
Okay, all right. So even
No.
with my
Sorry, I did that in
bonus,
my in-person game.
I only got 7.
Okay. So, you looking through the scope, it doesn't appear that anyone's in the room right now. There are no warmth signatures. You feel fairly confident about that.
I would relay that information then to the others that I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. And give me your investigation check or whatever check it is for traps. Is it sleight of? I don't remember.
It's investigation.
Yeah.
It's
so
investigation to find traps. It's sleight of hand or thieves' tools to
disarm them. Yeah. So this one's already been triggered, but see if you can find some others.
That was a 26.
There are 3 more spiked traps.
I will point them out.
I shall
Okay.
disable them. Okay.
Perhaps better not. Just leave them be and take note of where they are to avoid them.
You can maneuver around them.
Okay, we can maneuver around them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright. That is actually a better plan.
Now that you know
Save
where
us
they
some-
are.
Yeah, and it'll save us some time. And starts getting through that and then trying to actually go through like any drawers underneath the mattress, underneath the pillows. Just trying to look, but then resetting everything as he's going.
You leaving the door open or closed?
Well, that would be up to the other 2 as I have already gone past it.
I'll close the door behind us
Okay.
and lock it.
Okay.
And I also want to Excuse me, I want to do my own investigation. Sorry.
Anyone who wants to do investigation can roll investigation.
Mm. 25.
Very nice.
14.
I will look around, but I will mostly, I think, be kind of keeping
You're on alert.
on alert, just in case I hear something, so I can kind of, legitimize the fact that we're there. But my investigation actually is a 13.
Okay. So the only one who, so you all start looking, and is very sparse. There's not a lot here, but you do. Dr. E does find a small device that has been secured up underneath the bed, underneath the frame, and is kind of tucked away on the other side of it. So it's like you'd have to go up underneath below the mattress. And it's tucked right there, and it's a small cylindrical device that has those symbols on it. You believe you found the cipher.
Okay.
Do you guys have the note on you?
Yes, we do. And he will open it up. Doctor, if you would do the honors.
I'll put the note out on the bed and just as quickly as I can try to decipher this thing.
Okay. Roll me a just straight intelligence check to see how fast you could figure this out.
$22.
Okay. Aha. I was like, where's my note? All right. What was it?
22.
Okay, so you do this fairly quickly. You guys just see Dr. E, and he kind of like takes a moment, takes about 2 minutes to kind of just look over, and he kind of spins it a few times. It cocks his head a bit, and then quickly, and he gets all the letters in place, and he kind of places it against the note, moves a few things around, and you can start making out words. So you then, I assume, do you read this out loud as you discover it? Yeah? Okay, so you read out loud, countdown. Only 1 hour starts when engine out.
Yeah, I think we've only got a little less than an hour to figure this out.
The lights flicker again. And Elowen, you guys also see this. This is the moment that happened while you guys were in there. So time is syncing up. The lights flicker out. Boo! The engine shuts down a bit. Then the lights come back on. You guys hear footsteps coming down the hall as the door opens and closes from where the party's at. What do you guys want to do? You have maybe seconds.
Closet.
What is the furniture situation in this room? Is it a super tiny room or is it one of the bigger rooms?
Let's see. This is one of the bigger rooms, not as big as the main VIP room, but it's one of the larger ones. So let me move you guys over.
Oh, that's nice.
That's fancy.
Caddy did. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, guys.
Oh yeah, welcome. Thank you so much. We're actually wrapping up, but you can find our shows on YouTube and to kind of catch up on what you've missed of the show. But thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, Raiders. We'll see how we end our little session. Where do you guys want to, are you guys hiding? Are you guys going to try to jet out the door? You hear footsteps coming down the hall.
Real quickly, where's the door?
So the door is over here.
Okay, there.
Are these sets of curtains, and do
Yep.
they go all the way to the floor?
They do.
Oh,
Oh. I'm security. I think I would be brazen enough to try and actually leave the room as though I should have been in there.
Okay, that's what you're gonna do. What about the rest of you?
you're like the only one that could get away with that too.
If Chris is not hiding, I'm not hiding. But
I mean, worst case scenario, I could probably say that I had heard them breaking into the room and I was taking them down to security.
Okay.
And I
Dr.
kind of
E?
convey that as quickly as I can in a southern accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Siva, you're a little loud, just so you know. It's okay. I know the sound is all over the place.
Well, it's my system reset again.
It's all good, girl.
That sucks.
Dr. E, what are you gonna do?
I think I will actually hide under the bed and put the cylinder back where I found it.
Okay, you put the cylinder back.
But
You're hiding under the bed?
yeah, but hide under the bed in as far tucked away corner of the bed from the cylinder as I possibly can be.
Okay.
It looks like a large bed, so I'm going with that.
Okay. And the two of you, are you gonna exit the room or are you just staying in the room?
I'm basically gonna make the noise like I'm still in pain. And
Okay.
just kind of walk out as though I just got caught.
Okay.
So I'll exit holding him and kind of dragging him along as though I've subdued him and got him in custody.
Okay. The set of footprints gets a little bit louder. You hear two sets of footprints. One seems to go further down the hall. Another, you open the door as they approach, and these are the lighter footprints. And as you walk out, this short goblin in a officer's uniform looks at you and goes, "What? Who are you?"
So
And she looks at Crystal.
I'm Chris Starr, and I heard there was a disturbance. I found this gentleman in this room.
Whatever. Have you seen the engineer?
No, I haven't.
God damn it. Why is everyone... I can't find anyone. We are... I don't care about what's going on here. Just... if you see the captain, if you see the chief engineer, just send them back to the bridge, okay? I need to be there with the helmsman right now. Everyone's on high alert. We're trying not to alert the guests. Sorry. She turns to you, Charlie. Everything's fine, really, I'm sure. We're just
offense.
minor mishaps. Yeah, I'm sure they're fine.
Yes, sir. I'll do exactly as you say.
Have you seen Bosun Riggs? I haven't found him anywhere.
No. I haven't seen him either, man. Sir, is this a lady or not? I can't remember what you said.
She's
The
a woman.
goblin.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's a female goblin in the first officer's uniform. Or
No,
second
ma'am.
officer's uniform, sorry.
No, ma'am. I haven't seen a trace of him.
Oh my god, I swear, I don't know. I did not. I'm also looking. Have you seen Rose? She usually knows where her dad is.
Not recently.
Keep an eye out for her too. She likes to get into the vents.
Yes, ma'am.
We've lost our first engine. We're down to secondary power. So just... She kind of pulls you aside to say that away from Charlie, but he could probably still hear because she's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm thinking I'm like cloaking the doctor's exit if I can. Like,
Is
kind
the
of-
door still open during this?
yes.
And then,
So, can I hear this?
I'd say so. I mean, she's like pulling her aside, but she's not. She's panicked. She's not trying that hard.
Then I'll
She's
begin
whispering.
moving towards the door trying to not be in view of anybody standing in front of the door.
Okay. Are you trying to hide from her? From the goblin?
I'm not leaving the room just yet, but during this conversation I've been making my way to the door. So
Okay.
I imagine I should be able to be at the door, like just off to the side of it by now.
Okay. She just looks a little hurried and goes, I gotta go. If you see anyone, send them to the bridge. Keep in
Yes, ma'am.
contact. And
Yes,
she'll
ma'am.
kind of rush off into the direction of the bridge.
That's
And as
working
she turns the corner, you hear boom as the emergency lights come on. They're very dim. It's just basically strip lights along the hall corridor and along, so picture like movie theater lights, like strips, and it's on the top and on the bottom. Everything's very dimly lit as this kind of emergency power is on. And you can hear very clearly that the engines, at least some more of the main engines, have shut down. And that's where we're gonna go ahead and close it for tonight.
No, we're at the final. We're literally the final
We're
countdown.
we're in the last stretch.
We
We're in
got
the home
one
stretch.
out right before we die. Yep.
So we'll see what happens in our final installment of our 3-part series of the Chimera Collective next Tuesday. So please join us again at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time at the Behold Roleplay channel here on Twitch to see the conclusion of Blood on the Zephyr. We have many more shows on the channel here. On Mondays, we have our Mass Effect Horizons show, DM'd by our very own Zoro. On Tuesdays, will be, after our Chimera Collective show is done, our regular show on Tuesdays, Destiny Forged, in their brand new campaign 3, starting from the beginning. If you want to start from the beginning with them, of a brand new set of characters we're going to be meeting. So they'll be coming. When is it? What's
It's
the
December
date?
7th.
December 7th specifically, that will be returning. Alternating Saturdays, we have shows. I think this Saturday is going to be Wayward Wanderers, correct? DM'd by our very own Azarin. And then on the next Saturday and alternating afterwards is our show Withered Wastes, DM'd by Rojan, and featuring many of our cast here as well. And then we also have the first Saturday of every month is our Behold Lore, because a lot of the, not this particular one-shot Chimera Collective, but most of the campaigns that are featured on Behold Roleplay all have a shared world and a shared lore. And so we like to dive deep into that, and that's hosted by our very own Zoro. And I believe I've covered everything.
You have. I am going to add the finale of our 4-part one-shot, our annual one-shot of Sonata, ends tomorrow. Tomorrow night at 7:30 is the finale of the Sonata 3 one-shot that we have going on, where HB Fox guides us through that. So tune in to see how that all ends, especially with how crazy it ended last time. And then, of course, if you happen to miss anything on our channel or you need to catch up, then definitely check out our YouTube, where we have dropped the link. Otherwise, you could always just check beholdrp.com, where it has all of our links on there, too. Make it easy for you guys.
And for those raiders that came in, please, we'd love a follow. We'd love to see you guys again. We heart you very much and appreciate you stopping by.
Great names, too. We had a good run of names.
Great, yeah.
It was
Brilliant,
great.
brilliant creator names there today. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you
Tomorrow,
we'll see you next Tuesday for the Chimera Collective, and we'll see the others tomorrow for Sonata.
Yep. Till then.
Bye, everybody.
guys.
Thank
Bye.
you.